Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the participant of the First Transnational Webinar on Adult and Continuing Education in the Zoom webinar room. Ladies and gentlemen, while waiting for the event to start, we will see the opening video of the song Isola and Upi Edun, sung by lecturers and students of the Faculty of Education. Have a good time watching.
Isola, bumi Siliwangi, liliwatan Badung, liliwatan Lembang, Gunung Tangkuban Parahu, Ngabedegana asing hidung, Isola, Madamuru di Jauna, Kajojo, Isola, bumi Siliwangi, liliwatan Badung, liliwatan Lembang, Gunung Tangkuban Parahu, Ngabedegana asing hidung, Isola, Madamuru di Jauna, Kajojo, Sanusara Isola, Education for upturn of nation. Etis Jaya sarang unggul dan jadi nasa panjang waktu. UPI Edun is my dream. Etis dina laku sareng lampah. Dijaya tur unggul gawena dan jerwasta sareng karyana. UPI alma materku, ilmiah juga edukatif dan religius moto kami, visi leading and outstanding. UPI alma materku, bersamamu aku mendidik, bersamamu aku meneliti, bersamamu aku mengabdi. UPI Edun is my dream. Education for upturn of nation. Etis Jaya sareng unggul dan jadi nasa panjang waktu. UPI Edun is my dream. Etis dina laku sareng lampah. Dijaya tur unggul gawena dan jerwasta sareng karyana. UPI alma materku, ilmiah juga edukatif dan religius moto kami, visi leading and outstanding. UPI alma materku, bersamamu aku mendidik, bersamamu aku meneliti, bersamamu aku mengabdi. UPI Edun, Edun
Hello, what a lovely song. The song Isola tells the history of one of the icon of pride in the UPI campus, namely the Isola building. Since its inception until now, Isola has been the place where young people go to become a cadre to succeed the nation's hope. Meanwhile, the song UPI Edun is one of the contemporary songs specially created by the current rector of UPI, Professor Dr. M. Salahuddin, M.P.D, M.A, which contains hope, vision, and mission that UPI becomes a leading and outstanding university in the field of education. Ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, we will also watch the profile video of Rumah Siap Kerja, which is one of the main partners in organizing this webinar.
Semua orang tua menginginkan yang terbaik bagi anaknya, dan semua anak ingin berbakti kepada orang tuanya. Program Rumah Siap Kerja menghadirkan tempat bagi anak muda untuk mendapatkan bimbingan karir, akses lapangan kerja, pelatihan keterampilan kerja, dan wirausaha. Rumah Siap Kerja hadir untuk mewujudkan peluang kerja bagi anak muda di seluruh Indonesia.
So, Rumah Siap Kerja is a youth career development platform or as a place for young people to get career guidance, find information on job vacancies, professional training on and education supported by a variety of facilities for young people. Rumah Siap Kerja also provides a digital learning platform that can access it for free or paid by all groups who will improve skills that will support work skills. The Rumah Siap Kerja web can be accessed through rumahsiapkerja.com. Ladies and gentlemen, before we enter the main event, let me convey the rules that we need to understand and obey together for the smooth running of this webinar. First, during the event, all participants except the moderator and research persons are kindly requested to turn off or deactivate the microphone. Second, when singing the Indonesian national anthem, please listen carefully while sitting upright and in a perfect posture in your respective seats. Third, in panel session, participants who will ask or respond are welcome to submit or write in the chat room or use the raise hand feature. Fourth, the moderator will select questions from participants, both those that have been asked through the chat room or those that have been asked directly. And fifth, for questioners who are given the opportunity in person are welcome to turn on the microphone and start speaking if the moderator has invited them. And please turn off the microphone immediately after finishing speaking. Thank you.
Kamu 5 sampai
Kemarin.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our opening ceremony is about to begin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Peace be upon you and very good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First of all, please allow me to welcome all participants of the first transnational webinar on adult and continuing education. This webinar is organized by the Department of Community Education, Faculty of Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, under the theme Boosting Lifelong Learning Through Adult and Continuing Education. And to start this event, let us reciting Basmalah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
The National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. Now we kindly invite the chair of the committee to deliver his welcome speech. Professor Aceh Suryadi, M.Sc. Ph.D., time is yours.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I sincerely would like you always stay in good health and well-being in this global pandemic era. Honorable Chief Guest, respectable researchers, academicians, and presenters, the honorable participants, and all my dear friends. It gives me a warm regard and welcome for everyone present in the first transnational webinar on adult and continuing education, First TRACED, boosting lifelong learning through adult and continuing education. The global interest is now on the way forward, examining on the very chief feature of the lifelong learning for everyone, and it calls for each of the nation to promote into the development of broad policy guidelines on especially adult and continuing education. I equally want to offer my special thanks to my admirable keynote as well as invited speakers who have endorsed to promote a benchmark and best practices based on their expertise and field of interest. Each of them are His Excellency Dr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, M.B.A., the founder of Rumah, Siap, Kerja, the House of Ready to Work, a building block of adult and continuing education model attempting to provide young people for their future works and career paths. The respectable Vice President, Vice Director on Academic Affairs, Professor Didi Supriyadi M.A., representing Director of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, who would be able to extend his welcoming address for the first trust. The Honorable Invited Speaker, Joong Kang, Ph.D., the Professor of Department of Education, Program Coordinator of Lifelong Learning Education Cooperation Graduate Program, Program Coordinator of Global Education Cooperation Graduate Program, and the Executive Editor of the reputable Journal of Asia Pacific Education Review, Seoul National University. He successfully organized the inspiring 18th International Conference in Education Research, Lifelong Learning for All, Designing Sustainable Learning Society in October 17, 2017, Seoul National University. The Honorable Invited Speaker, Archanya Ratana Ubol, Ph.D., the Professor of Adult and Continuing Education, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. She also successfully managed the exciting sixth international conference in lifelong learning for all, working workplace learning and human resources approach to lifelong learning skill in September 6 to 7, 2018 at Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. The Honorable Invited Speaker, Dr. Jon Mason, Assistant Dean, International College of Education of Charles Darwin University, Australia. He is one of the prominent researchers in the College of Education specializing on digital technologies. He is interested in inquiry-based learning and innovation in the field of educational technology. His research focuses on data literacy, questioning, sense-making, and digital features. Finally, to each of the respective 47 exemplary presenters of the first race, who has a very special interest in investigating on the issues of formal as well as non-formal learning system, directly as well as indirectly related to promoting the lifelong learning in each of the concerned educational institutions in Indonesia. The first race would be part of the continuing endeavors in promoting lifelong learning issues in the education system worldwide. This is such an apt issue, and thanks for the inspiring global conferences organized by both Professor Kang at Seoul University 2018 and Professor Archanya of Chulalongkorn University in 2018. Addressing the lifelong learning issues through a broad policy development in each of the concerned countries would be perfectly in support of the work of Dr. Jon Mason on issues of inquiry-based learning and innovation in the field of educational technology. Thanks God for for our opportunity to work with all of them. Through this seminar, all the participants would be able to identify some attention-grabbing issues of lifelong learning to come about empowerment in our broad as well as implementable educational policy. Thank you very much again and have an enjoyable and fruitful webinar for everyone of you. Lord, God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aceh. Please allow me to respectfully invite the Vice Rector for Education and Student Affairs on behalf Rektor Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia to deliver welcoming remarks and officially open the webinar. The Honorable Professor Dr. B.B. Supyadi, M.A., please come forward.
Thank you, Ibu Ipa. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of you. My name is Didi Sukyadi, representing the Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I'm assigned to read his speech on this webinar. So allow me to read the text that has been provided by our Rector. His Excellency, the keynote speaker, Dr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, M.B.A, as the founder of Rumah Siap Kerja, the House of Ready to Work Indonesia, the Honorable Professor Archanya Ratana Ubol, Ph.D, as the invited speaker of the Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, the Honorable Professor Kang Joong, Ph.D, as the invited speaker of the Seoul National University, South Korea, the Honorable Professor Dr. Jon Mason, as the invited speaker of Charles Darwin University, Australia, and all of the distinguished participants from Indonesia and all over the world, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it is my earnest expectation that each and every one of you are always in good health and well-being in this pandemic period. Today, I'm very pleased to greet and welcome you all to the First Transnational Webinar on the Adult and Continuing Education hosted by the Department of Community Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. This is such an international virtual seminar on adult and continuing education that I sincerely am very proud of being able to share the theme boosting quality through lifelong learning and adult and continuing education. This theme, as you know, is remarkable as such in promoting for the sustainable quality improvement of the education systems all over the world. In recent decades, the lifelong learning goal calls for a broad policy of each of the world's nations. Yet, it has been widely criticized for its conservatism. The very cheap feature of the lifelong learning concept was more a slogan than an appropriate tool for the reform of all aspects of national education and training system. Dated back to the no less 1980 adult education premise, the lifelong learning concept was initially based on his 4 pillars of andragogic adult learning model, which includes self-directed learning, accumulated and growing experience for learning, readiness to learn, and the shift from subject-centered to performance-centered approach of learning. Some argue that lifelong learning has been going through 3 overlapping stages, namely those of romance, evidence, and implementation. Many of the material show that adult learning models are almost theological in their result and remain at the romantic levels, claiming learning as a panacea. Various global workouts over the years have drawn attention to lifelong learning as integral part of a nation's development. Previous agendas such as Education for All, EFA, and the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, signify the present agenda of the Sustainable Development Goals and called attention to the need for a lifelong learning approach to address the educational, socio-cultural, economic, and developmental issues. Since 2015, the United Nations has worked to promote lifelong learning as an integral part of the 17 SDGs toward 2030 and deliberately entitles education as one clear-cut development goal, quality education. This very specific quality education goal, SDGs 4, took an extremely great deal of attention, such as an intense 2-year consultation processes involving international stakeholders and all members countries took place and aimed to reshape the future education agenda. This culminated in the World Education Forum convened in Incheon, the Republic of Korea in 2015. Forums generated documents, Education 2030 encompasses both the Incheon Declaration and the United Nations Education 2030 Framework for Action, FFA, aim to help each of the countries implement and accomplish the SDG 4. The SDG 4 addresses objectives to be met by 2030 through its 10 specific targets, including the global indicators to measure progress in all countries, given the cultural and national differences. The Incheon Declaration gestures the commitment of international community to SDG 4, and the UNESCO has a function to provide guidance and leadership for its accomplishment. This is such an unprecedented challenge. The Incheon Declaration observes a global paradigm change in education policy. This also confirms the needs for continuous global education efforts against the dated and recent obstacles that are to overcome for reaching the sustainable future of everyone. Reaching the SDG 4 goal requires all countries to expand the focus from schooling to lifelong learning, making adult and continuing education, including higher education, as well as technical and vocational education, part of the spectrum and embraced by the global endeavors to achieve sustainability. The upcoming global education policy addresses the lifelong learning as the key concept to promote inclusive, equitable, just, and high-quality education toward 2030. By then, all countries in the world shall provide compulsory education of high quality for at least 9 years, ensuring the right to education for all, regardless of gender, welfare, or disability. Each of the countries requires to promote lifelong learning to strengthen the post-school system, covering vocational, technical, professional, and higher education, while furnishing the same values to both formal and adult and continuing education approaches. Finally, it is of our great expectation that this seminar would enable each of you coming from all over the world to be able to talk, discuss, and interact together and come up with some new, innovative, and productive ideas beneficial to promote lifelong learning for all, enabling the sustainable education quality improvement to thrive. That's the welcoming remark of our rector. I myself believe that this conference is very important, not only for UPI, but also to all over the world. And I do hope that the conference will function as a venue for us to share our experiences, our research, and our ideas, and also the venue for all of us researchers interested in adult education to have what we call a media such as proceedings, such as journals, to spread our knowledge to all over the world. So I hope that the organizing committee can further work with the papers to make them publishable in the future. We are very thankful to the organizing committee, especially the founders of this conference, Professor Aceh Suryadi, Professor Ishak Abdul Haq, and also the organizing committee who have been working very hard to make this conference happen. Thank you so much. Very good morning. And let's we open officially this webinar by reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor B.B. And now our webinar officially open. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our webinar this time was attended by hundreds of participants from various regions and institutions. As the main speaker at the panel session, there will be 3 speakers from Australia, Korea, and Thailand. Therefore, as a token of appreciation, before we enter the main event, let's take a brief look at the profile of all the presenters, along with the video poster that have been prepared by the committee. We sincerely invite Dr. Yanti Shantini to guide this session. Ms. Yanti, time is yours.
Terima kasih. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
I want to say hello to our speaker and invited guests who have been here with us. Thank you, Professor Archanya from Chulalongkorn University. Swadikap. Professor Joong from Seoul National University. Annyeonghaseyo. From Charles Darwin University. How are you, Pak Jon?
Pak Jon, hi.
Our visiting professor, Professor Takahashi Mitsuru. Sensei, konnichiwa. Allow me to use Bahasa Indonesia to explain some important things related to technical presentation that will deliver by all the presenter who will be present the result of their research using video and poster that will uploading in our website. As you know, because we can't meet in person, we have to use a different approach, and so all of the presenter in this webinar can perform and all of the audience have a knowledge about the material. Terima kasih atas kesempatan yang diberikan. Izinkan saya dalam sesi yang pertama ini menyampaikan terlebih dahulu informasi yang terkait pemaparan bahan presentasi yang telah masuk dalam webinar TRACED ini. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, kami sampaikan bahwa sampai saat ini telah terdaftar sebanyak 49 presenter yang akan menyampaikan bahan kajiannya, dan untuk itu kami meminta Bapak Ibu untuk dapat segera mengirimkan bahan video posternya sehingga kami dapat segera menayangkan bahan tersebut dalam media informasi kami. Media yang akan dipergunakan untuk menayangkan video dan poster Bapak Ibu adalah melalui web departemen penmas.upi.edu dan di channel YouTube Departemen Pendidikan Masyarakat dan website TRACED, di mana video Jadi ini adalah presenter yang telah mengirimkan beberapa bahan artikelnya yang nanti akan Berikut kami tayangkan juga contoh video poster yang telah dibuat oleh peserta, jadi Bapak Ibu bisa memiliki gambaran bagaimana video yang bisa nanti dibuat, yang bagian yang belum buat, dan poster yang bisa Ibu Bapak buat. Untuk panduannya bisa dicek di dalam website TRACED. Ini adalah bentuk poster yang sudah kami berikan template-nya. Jadi untuk poster ini ditulis dalam bahasa Inggris, karena tentu saja yang nanti akan membaca tidak hanya dari Indonesia, dari ini adalah webinar transnasional, dan ini hasil proceedingnya nanti akan dipublish oleh publisher di luar, sehingga kami meminta Bapak Ibu untuk poster dibuat dalam bahasa Inggris sesuai dengan poster template. Untuk template bisa Bapak Ibu ambil di web TRACED, kemudian dibuat dalam bentuk persegi dan berisi struktur sebagaimana Bapak Ibu bisa lihat di sini. Ada judul dan penulisnya, kemudian abstrak, pendahuluan, kemudian ada tinjauan pustaka, metodologinya, dan kemudian temuan dan diskusi serta kesimpulan. Template ini dapat diunduh di halaman web TRACED, dan bahan poster nanti bisa Bapak Ibu kirimkan lewat email ke traced/penmas@up.edu. Ini adalah poster, dan untuk bentuk video yang bisa Ibu Bapak lihat sebagai contoh, kami memberikan satu contoh supaya Bapak Ibu bisa mengembangkan. Ini presenternya sudah datang ya.
Let me introduce myself first. My name is Irma Safitri Sadikin. I'm from Ubol University, from Faculty of Teacher Training of English Language Education. And today I'd like to share my research entitled Effects of Weblog-Based Learning and Classroom-Based Learning on Indonesian Primary English Foreign Language Learners with different levels of motivation. Okay, first of all is I'm going to share about the today's outline. I'd like to introduce you or give you a brief explanation about the first background of the study, the second identification of the problem, the third statement of the problems, and the last is the objective of the study. And I'm going to go to the literature review. So here I'm going to explain the general concept
untuk tayangan
of technology in teaching,
video,
especially for young learners, the characteristic of
jangka waktu yang tidak terlalu lama, 5 sampai dengan 7 menit, dan disajikan dalam bahasa Inggris atau bahasa Indonesia. Jadi di dalam video ini nanti Bapak Ibu memuat tidak hanya PPT-nya saja atau diri Bapak Ibu, tapi juga bersamaan. Jadi ada PowerPoint yang sudah dikirimkan, dan di dalamnya ada diri Bapak Ibu presenter di sini, sehingga orang bisa melihat bagaimana tampilan dari presenternya supaya terlihat cantik dan tampannya gitu Bapak Ibu di sini ya. Karena kita tidak bisa bertemu langsung, jadi kita silaturahminya melalui video. Kemudian kalau Bapak Ibu tidak agak kesulitan untuk menyampaikan dalam bahasa Inggris, kami meminta PowerPoint dibuat dalam bahasa Inggris, tapi bisa disampaikan dalam bahasa Indonesia untuk memudahkan ketersampaian dari bahan penelitian atau artikel yang dibuat oleh Bapak Ibu. Kemudian hal yang penting adalah yang pertama, si tayangan video tersebut memuat PowerPoint dan presenter dalam bentuk close up. Untuk itu kami meminta Bapak Ibu untuk mengenakan pakaian yang formal, kemudian terdiri dari 5 sampai dengan 8 slide, tidak usah terlalu banyak, dan dimulai dengan seperti tadi yang contoh kami tayangkan, presenter nanti memperkenalkan diri terlebih dahulu, dan afiliasinya secara close up. Kemudian video ini bisa mempergunakan berbagai aplikasi seperti Zoom, Screen-O-Matic, ataupun Filmage Screen, atau aplikasi yang sudah biasa Bapak Ibu pergunakan. Dan kami mohon sebelum Bapak Ibu mengirimkan bahan video ini, untuk bisa dicek dulu kualitas suara dan gambarnya sehingga bisa terlihat jelas oleh nanti para orang yang membaca ataupun melihat tayangannya. Dan bahan video ini dapat dikirimkan melalui email ke traced/penmas@up.edu. Pengiriman video dan poster paling lambat kami terima hingga tanggal 30 Oktober 2020. Jadi masih ada waktu ya Bapak Ibu untuk membuat poster dan videonya. Dan kami mengingatkan bagi peserta yang tidak mengirimkan PPT atau PowerPoint, video, ataupun posternya, maka yang bersangkutan tidak akan berhak menerima e-sertifikat sebagai presenter. Mungkin itu yang bisa saya sampaikan tentang bahan kelengkapan para presenter yang kami minta untuk bisa dilengkapi Bapak Ibu sebagai presenter di sini, dan saya ingatkan kembali bahwa batas waktu pengiriman bahan tersebut sampai dengan tanggal 30 Oktober. Terima kasih, saya kembalikan kepada MC.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Yanti. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are entering the main session, which will present 3 speakers. To guide the course of this session, we kindly invite Mr. Ade Cahyana, MSc, as the moderator to come forward. But first, I will read his brief curriculum vitae. Mr. Ade Cahyana, MSc, is a member of National Board for Early Childhood and Non-Formal Education, reside in Jakarta, and currently in charge as the Task Force Member for Education Quality Assurance in MOEC. Mr. Ade Cahyana, time is yours.
Om Ade ini, ada Om Ade juga. Dari, ya di.
We're still waiting for Mr. Ade, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we inform the rules of the webinar. First, during the evening, all participants, except the moderator and research person, are kindly requested to turn off or deactivate the voice. In final session, participants who will ask or respond are welcome to submit or write in the chat room or use the raise hand feature. The moderator will select questions from participants, both those that have been asked through the chat room or those that have been asked directly. And for questioners who are given the opportunity in person are welcome to turn on the microphone and start speaking if the moderator has invited them. And please turn off the microphone immediately after finishing speaking. Thank you.
Terus itu surat tugas mana? Kata terlampirnya itu namanya baru datanya.
Mr. Ade Cahyana. Are we still waiting, ladies and gentlemen?
Yes, we will get started, Bu Ipa.
Yes, please, Mr. Ade Cahyana.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The presentation is about to begin. Honorable presenter, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
First of all, I would like to welcome you all to this seminar of boosting quality to lifelong learning through adult and continuing education. Today, in the 19th October 2020, in this occasion, allow me to introduce the first presenter, a distinguished senior lecturer from Charles Darwin University, Mr. Jon Mason. Welcome to Bandung, sir. I will believe you got here through Zoom Air, I guess. How are you, sir?
Good morning. Selamat pagi, Pak.
Selamat pagi.
And also, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
It's very nice to be here and to participate in this first TRACED conference.
Hello, John. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hugh.
Yeah. How are you? Yeah.
How are you there at home, sir? How
I'm
COVID-19 is going there?
Actually, in Darwin, it is one of the safe places at the moment on the planet. We have no person-to-person transmission in this city or in this territory. So we're very lucky here in this part of Australia. Of course, other parts are a little bit challenging. In particular, in Victoria, is very difficult, but we are very fortunate where we are in Darwin.
Okay. So maybe that is
unlike Indonesia.
Go ahead, sir. You go ahead. You continue with.
I'm sorry. I was just saying, unlike Indonesia, it looks very alarming. The second wave.
Yes.
COVID. Yeah.
Very alarming. Yes. Okay. Mr. Mason also is an assistant dean from the International Affairs. Correct me if I'm wrong, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And he is going to present his paper entitled "Boost Lifelong Learning Through Vocational and Professional Education and Australian Best Practices." So I read a little bit, just very little bit of your introduction. So I would believe that part of the moral academic of your paper is just because there's a disruption of the COVID-19. So as it could probably be the policy of lifelong learning would be then adjusted accordingly.
Yes.
To make it short, sir, I'm going to let you to deliver your presentation. And you have time of 45 minutes. We could include about 15 minutes for QA session, which will be very flexible in your favor, meaning that you may or you may not use the 15 minutes of QA session. But since we have 2 more presenter queuing from Thailand and Korea, so subsequently after your presentation, then the time constraint is pretty tight. Well, then the time and floor is yours, Mr. Mason.
Okay. Terima kasih banyak Pak Ade, and also selamat pagi semuanya. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very grateful for the invitation from UPI and from Ibu Yanti. Thank you very much, and also from Pak Aceh. Thank you very much for the invitation to join your conference today. It's a great honor for me to do that, and of course it's wonderful also to collaborate with UPI. 2 years ago, I had my first experience of visiting your wonderful campus in Bandung. I very much enjoyed my visit there, and I look forward to coming back one day when COVID is finished.
Then come back.
Yeah.
I pray.
Okay, so thank you very much. So I have some slides here that I will speak to. And I also noticed that you have a big program with many other posters and many other speakers, and it looks like a very interesting program today. I will try to be very efficient with my slides. I suspect I have more slides than I need, so maybe some slides I will speak very quickly to move through them. But my preference is to engage with our participants in the audience today. So please, I very much welcome questions. And so, Pak Ade, Please cut me off after 30 minutes. I would like to speak or answer some questions, okay? So let me just get my screen. Okay. Hopefully this is all working okay. Okay. So then, here is the title of my talk. These slides are intended to complement an academic paper that I co-wrote with one of my master students, Deb Carr. She completed her Master of Education last year. She's an expert in RPL, or recognition of prior learning, in the vocational education and training sector in Australia. And so we collaborated on the paper. And just to show you where we are, up here I am in Darwin on the map, and Deb lives all the way down here where the pointer is. And as you can see, we live further apart in Australia than Darwin to Bandung. So Indonesia is actually very close to my university, and we really enjoy a good relationship with many academics and professional people in Indonesia, and we look forward to continuing that kind of relationship. So then and here's just a quick look at my university strategic plan. You can see there all the sorts of things you would expect from a strategic plan. The one thing you don't see there at the moment is emphasis on the digital, but I should say that Charles Darwin University has been engaged in digital based education for many, many years. We were one of the first universities in Australia to do that. So then the topics I want to just walk through today, and I'll try to do so efficiently. 4 themes here: some global perspectives, a little bit about the Australian education and training policy context, some discussion about the various skills frameworks, and of course the impact of COVID. To start things then, I've just been looking at all the various definitions of lifelong learning around, and I'm sure you've got your own working definition that appeals to you. And this is one of the interesting things about the field we work in. Often terminology gains traction, but sometimes it means different things to different people. This is one definition I particularly like from the OECD. You can see some key words here, all about the importance of interest and engagement by all citizens, okay? Those words resonate a lot for me, because I've been also collaborating on a research project with some Asian colleagues, all about interest-driven creator theory, a new theory of learning in an Asian context. The definition that Deb and I use within the paper that we wrote runs like this, and the key words that we were focusing in our paper are all about personal learning agency, being self-directed and self-regulated, but in a diversity of contexts. Of course, here we can also see that there's an emphasis on the learning word, and I particularly like this quote from Alvin Toffler, one of the futurists who's been talking about future shock for many, many decades, and the disruption of what can take place in the future. But this is a famous quote from him that I particularly like. When we're thinking about learning, we must also think about unlearning and relearning all the time. It's a constant cycle. And so then I particularly like this graphic from the OECD because on the left-hand side, we have a representation here of learning in terms of knowledge and skills and attitudes. And we often talk about these 3 things when we're talking about learning in Australia. When we're looking at the vocational education and training sector and the adult and community education sector, we of course also are talking about competencies. But over on the right-hand side here, what I find very, very interesting about the age that we are in, and this is pre-COVID as well as post-COVID, it's interesting to see that alongside literacy and numeracy, we also have an emphasis upon data literacy. And I think data literacy is becoming an essential skill, an essential foundation skill that we must be attending to if we're thinking about the whole person and the era that we're living in, which is so much powered by digital technology. So then, from UNESCO, if we pick up a few other international global perspectives, we can think about 3 pillars enabling lifelong learning, and that is that there must be a recognition that change is taking place in learning domains, recognition that learning occurs in multiple sites, and that a systematic approach to recognise both informal and formal learning in terms of credentials is essential for lifelong learning. In this moment, where we're experiencing this incredibly challenging time across the world, I think there's also a balancing act that is taking place that's very important. On the one hand, we have a focus on emergency remote education to keep our education systems running and functioning. And so there's been a dramatic shift to making use of platforms such as Zoom and online engagement, and also using apps using apps like WhatsApp and Edmodo and different kinds of digital technologies to be part of the emergency remote education response. And of course, that's urgent. We must be doing that straight away. We must be acting with urgency at the forefront of our minds. On the other side, I believe that we have an opportunity here to be fine-tuning and to be rethinking what the best public policy will be going forward. So that's something I'm thinking about all the time, trying to keep these two things in balance. Okay, so the next set of slides that I'd like to just present quickly is just talking about the Australian context with lifelong learning and the origins of the terminology. The terminology of lifelong learning didn't really emerge in Australia until the 1970s, in which we were, in fact, talking about education that was lifelong. That's the first time it was talked about in those terms. But it was also a time of adverse economic conditions, rising unemployment, rising inflation, competitiveness of the workforce, and that of course became an important policy focus. And then one of the key responses was that the completion age of compulsory schooling was increased. However, if we think about the ACE sector, the adult and community education, I notice it's slightly different for you in Indonesia. You talk about adult and continuing education. In Australia, we say adult and community education. If we look at the history there, though, it goes much further back. Right back to the 19th century and where we had mechanics institutes and schools of art almost in every town right across this country. And now we have over 2,500 organisations right across Australia, such as community learning centres, and colleges, adult education institutions. We also have something called the University of the Third Age, that is for people who are in their retirement, who wish to pursue some kind of tertiary study, and then of course libraries and community schools and Indigenous cooperatives. And in the ACE sector, the focus is largely around foundation skills empowering individuals with confidence so that they can continue their learning, and also with a view to building community connections. The people who engage in this sector are largely unemployed adults, early school leavers, new migrants, semi-retired and retired workers, and people with disabilities. But as a consequence of COVID, we also have a lot of people here now displaced from work or school. And in terms of the kinds of learning and courses that take place, they range between personal enrichment, adult basic education, and vocational education and training.
Mohon ya di mute ya yang di depan speaker. Mohon maaf ya.
And of course, now with COVID, COVID is also a trigger for community education, such an important function in this sector of education, public education, if you like. This sector has a very important role. And of course, no doubt in Indonesia, you also talk about lifelong and life-wide learning, but in Australia, the Adult Learning Australian Association is already 60 years old, and they've just published a book called Lifelong and Life-Wide. So underpinning all the credentialed, all the formal qualifications that are issued right across all sectors in Australia, that's the vocational education and training, as well as the higher education sector. We have this thing called the Australian Qualifications Framework, and as you can see, right at the centre of it is the Senior Secondary Certificate of Education, and that is the peak qualification from completing school. This website is very, very rich in information, and if I had further time, I would go into detail to show you how it works. But I just wanted to mention to you that there are many, many different kinds of frameworks that underpin our formal education and training system in Australia. And I'm just going to quickly go through some of these, and you'll see that many of them are complementary. They all align with each other by and large. And so one of these is called the Australian Core Skills Framework, in which we have these 5 core skills: learning, reading, writing, oral communication, and numeracy. So these are fundamental skills that are adopted within the ACE and the VET sectors, importantly. And if we look deeply, or we start to look deeply at the meaning of these frameworks, we start to see further detail. I won't explain this in detail here today, but I imagine these slides will be available for you to download once I've finished today. But when we look deeply at these frameworks, we see this kind of level of detail where we have levels of performance on the one side matched against things like support and context and text complexity and task complexity. These sorts of things are defined in different ways for each of those 5 components of the Australian Core Skills Framework. In many ways, such frameworks also are expressed in the same kind of way elsewhere. And so there's an example here of the skills framework for the information age, which is a global specification, or a global standard, if you like, that is used to a large extent in the professional learning sphere in Australia. For example, all the computer societies, all the computer societies around the world use this this framework. And in Australia, we have 40,000 members of the Australian Computer Society, and all their professional learning needs to be documented and calibrated against this kind of framework on a yearly basis. Everybody who's a member must undertake 30 hours of professional learning every year that matches these kinds of things. So then now we move to something called the Foundation Skills and Knowledge Framework. It's also important in the adult and community education sector. And the most important thing to note here is that for many years, it's just been talked about as LLN, English Language Literacy and Numeracy. But more recently, we can see a D being included in this acronym because digital literacy is now recognised as a fundamental foundation skill, as per the graphic I put up there before from the OECD. So we have these two sets of foundation skills in Australia here with this Foundation Skills and Knowledge Framework, the LLND, and also the employability skills. The employability skills are collaboration, problem solving, self-management, learning, and ICT skills. No doubt there are very similar things in Indonesia that line with this. So we have these levels of performance on the side that can be matched against this other framework, the Australian Core Skills Framework, plus the employability skills, giving us the foundation skills. There's other ways to represent this. You can see lots of different representations of this, and they're expressed also as the core skills for work. And in the core skills for work, again, we have these stages of recognition, but these the three important clusters here, all around navigating the world of work, interacting with others, and then getting the work done. And of course, if we can look at this in various ways, and we can see that right at the bottom of this, learning underpins everything. And here's another slide just emphasising that LLND, digital literacy, is now very much part of this. If we look at the K-12 schooling sector, then we also see these kinds of representations coming from, these are implemented in Australia in slightly different forms, but this graphic here comes from the World Economic Forum, in which we see this notion of foundational literacies expanding beyond literacy and numeracy. In the centre, we see the 4 Cs, the 4 critical competencies of 21st century skills: creativity, critical thinking, communication and collaboration, and then of course the character qualities. This is just another representation of the 21st century skills that we refer to in Australia as well. There's other representations of what might be the 4 Cs globally. Sometimes we see representations of 5 Cs or even 6 Cs, 6 core competencies for the era that we are in. And so now we are seeing these kinds of representations whereby citizenship and character are being seen as fundamental to the core skills, the core competencies that we must learn during the times that we're living in. Again, going back to the OECD then, if we're thinking about developing relevant skills over the course of a lifetime, then of course it's a process that involves rewards and credentials and the idea of sustainability. We need infrastructures that are sustainable and also accessible, and we also need in place systems whereby the appetite of our citizens to want to go and continue learning is fundamental to making this all happen. And of course, so assessment and recognition are very important here. And in the vocational education and training sector, in particular in Australia, we have a lot of emphasis on recognition of prior learning. So this is a formal process which recognises the experience that individuals might gain in the workplace or somewhere else that can be recognised as part of a formal education qualification. And then we have competency-based recognition, and these days the big trend is toward micro-credentials and digital badges, that kind of thing. So then I'm just aware of the time. I'll just keep on moving. I want to say a few things now about the impact of COVID with all of this. And prior to COVID, we were in a situation where by the digital revolution, which we've been enjoying the benefits of for several decades, the digital revolution, the invention of the web, the emergence of social media has been enormously empowering to many people all around the world, and has accelerated innovation to the point whereby here's one representation where we're seeing that technology, and this is a graphic that was developed back in 2016, we're seeing the acceleration of innovation in technology is moving arguably faster than our capacity to manage and to adapt to all these changes. And so there's a book here that I thought was very compelling. I've been following this author for some years now. He's a columnist in the New York Times. But he talks about the disruptions that technology has brought about and will continue to bring. Now, my point here is that this graphic came out about 4 years ago, and this book is 4 years old, and long before COVID, long before any of us have been disrupted to the extent that we're being disrupted now. So I think there's an important lesson that I'm taking away from this, and that is that we became used to technology leading the charge. It's the major disruptive force, I guess, in changing things in our environment up until COVID. So all of a sudden we have a disruption that's taking place worldwide that's environmental. And so we're having to really think very hard about the environmental conditions and the sustainability of our infrastructures, the sustainability of our systems, how we can finance our education systems worldwide. And so initiatives from agencies such as UNESCO have been really important in a way in terms of making the most out of the connections that we have through digital technology. And you can see there, if you follow that link to the education response, there's all kinds of very, very informative case studies and stories from right across the world about how learning never stops, lifelong learning never stops in these challenging times. And there's a really interesting education response there from a high school student in Indonesia. Moreover, more broadly, we're also witnessing all kinds of initiatives such as this from Google, trying to provide tools, very, very useful tools for us so that we can engage in this time whereby schools are closed, colleges are closed, and we're having to endure long periods of lockdown and long periods of unemployment also in the community. More broadly, talking about lifelong learning then, we also have new literature emerging all the time, and there's a book here I'd like to point you to, which has just been published by Routledge and edited by Chris Deed and John Richards, and it's all about the 60-year curriculum. Very, very provocative title here about what kind of disruptions are likely to take place in the next 50 years. And this book also talks about disruption taking place on an epic proportion. One of my anxieties, in fact, is that we are all experiencing this disruption of COVID, and we're finding that the digital technology is the one thing that keeps us all connected and all together, and it is saving education in many respects. But I sometimes worry what happens if the next pandemic is digital and all our digital systems are inaccessible for long periods of time. I think that one of the lessons of this pandemic is, in fact, that something like that could happen on a global scale. So there's interesting lessons there in terms of what might be in a 60-year curriculum. What kind of crises do we need to navigate through our lives in order to have the appropriate learning accessible to us? Okay, and in that book we have an interesting classification of knowledge and skills in slightly different ways in terms of cognitive outcomes and intrapersonal outcomes and interpersonal outcomes. We can see many different representations of these kinds of things when we start to think about what global digital citizenship might mean too. So many questions here. Another representation, and we can see here, it's interesting that this book was published before COVID, and if we look at a lot of the World Economic Forum articles and discussions, we'll often see that creativity is the most valued skill that we can gain from learning and we can acquire through formal learning at school and elsewhere. So creativity has been seen as the most important, but I'm just wondering now, given the challenge of COVID, that perhaps down the bottom here, resilience and stress tolerance and flexibility will probably equally figure, if not be the most prominent skill to emerge from this period of COVID. I'll just keep on talking here. I just wanted to focus here for a minute that, of course, within the skills agenda of the Sustainable Development Goal number 4, we see these ideas of sustainable development and global citizenship. We see this idea of skills for work, and we see this fundamental idea about adult literacy. All these three things working together are fundamental that underpin the ongoing viable approach to lifelong learning systems all over the world. In a recent UN policy brief, I also wanted to just share this with you, and that is that the way that the UN is looking at the impact of COVID, we see these 4 key recommendations coming from the UN, and each of them seems to be so important. Obviously, number 1, we do need to suppress the transmission, and we need to get on top of COVID. But the next 3 points are just as important in my mind, given that there's been such an impact to the economy. Somehow we need to protect the education financing so that our education systems continue, so that they are resilient and sustainable going forward. And so, in a way, back to the slide that I presented to you with the scales. On the one hand, the emergency response, remote response, and on the other hand, the time to rethink. Now's also a time, I believe, to reimagine education and to accelerate the kinds of changes that we need in teaching and learning. There's just some thoughts here from someone from the Australian Council of Adult Literacy, though, that you always get in this discourse on lifelong learning, you will get different points of view that we need to take on board. And I saw this just last week, and I thought that Pamela Osborne had something very interesting to say here, in that one of the things that she's noticed, that there's been a shift that she regrets, that she mourns, this shift from social justice and meeting with the personal, social and employment needs of all students to one that's just focused on workplace and employment. And of course, if we look at the lifelong learning agenda in the vet sector in Australia, we will see a large emphasis upon the employability skills more than these personal enrichment kind of and community engagement skills that are also so important. I had some other thoughts here, but I won't focus on these now. I just wanted to signal that, of course, in the background here we also have this ongoing digital revolution, and Industry 4 is taking place. And different countries are responding to that. These are just a representation of what's happening in Malaysia in response to the Industrial Revolution 4.0. We also see this translating into commentaries about Education 4.0. Where might this be going? And so this agenda was already, this shift was already running right throughout societies all around the world. So this is another thing that we need to think about when we are rethinking and recalibrating our education policies and systems. Many challenges, obviously, from COVID. The transition to online and doing that at scale involves a transformation of practice. I think it involves a mindset change as well as a cultural change. Obviously, funding and leadership, and this situation where the new normal is all about uncertainty and anxiety and inequality. There's a new digital divide that's become even bigger as a consequence of COVID. So then, one last slide. These are my final reflections here. I wanted to just make a few points here, and that is that if we think about the history of lifelong learning in Australia and where the agenda first began, it began in the 1970s when there was another economic crisis taking place, and there was a big shift in public policy. So I believe the same kind of opportunity is in front of us. Also, COVID-19 is not over. Many people think, many people wish it were over, and there's all sorts of responses that we read about all the time in the newspapers that people are wanting to get back to normal. And I was reading in an article from the Bali Sun on the weekend that 21% of people in Bali think that they cannot get COVID because they are immune. And when I read articles like that, and I read other articles about some people thinking that COVID is a hoax or some kind of conspiracy from somewhere, I really worry about that. But the flip side of that is there is a challenge here for education, for educating the public. We need to find ways that are efficient, that work well in educating the public about the actual nature of this pandemic and how we need to be dealing with factual and scientific information going forward if we're going to find the right kind of solutions. So I see public education is critical in this situation. Adult learning is going to continue to play an important role. Lifelong learning also needs to be thought about as something that is of public benefit, and that now more and more as we're engaging in conferences like this, the interconnectedness and interdependency of the world becomes clearer for us all to experience and see. And then my last thought there, I've already mentioned about pandemics and disruption. Will we learn from this and be ready for the next pandemic? And what if the next pandemic is digital? not biological. So then I welcome your questions. I've gone a little bit past the 30 minutes, but I think I've got a little bit of time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Mason. I truly enjoy your presentation, really. I don't want to stop you, to be honest.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Many questions, but let me just read them through. Somebody, namely Dadang Yunus, it was asking about to an extent that the background of history of the development of the CLC program in Australia, and then what is then the institutional aspects has to be accounted for, and in what extent that we can just go through getting things bringing into being. That is from Dadang Yunus. From Purnomo.
I'm having a little bit of difficulty just listening. I can hear some noise.
I'm sorry, there's a noise from my neighborhood. There's some construction problem going on, you know, so I'm very sorry.
Tidak apa-apa. Okay.
Can you get my first question?
Not quite.
Not quite. Okay.
Again. Okay,
let me just repeat. Okay, what is then the background of history in the community learning center in Australia, and to what extent the born of the CLC in Australia can be followed up in the real program to be brought into being in a community?
Oh, okay.
Okay. Can you just go through the next question so that you can just answer the whole things? Purnomo, he was asking what is the strategy of the government to support education and community education, especially in a COVID kind of disruption. Mariana Laksana Jati from the university, from UPI, he is asking that he is interested in the cooperation between Australian community and Indonesia. I don't know if there is in confronting the pandemic of COVID-19, and he was asking about to what extent the cooperation of the Australian community and Indonesia can be followed up to go through to survive over the pandemic process that has been going on for almost a year. And then from Hadianto, he is asking that I don't know, what is the 3 R's? I skipped that first. From Pak Acha Suryadi, he was asking about whether the foundation of lifelong learning capacity can further be developed for the student graduate program, especially for the literacy and numeracy. He was asking another question: to what extent that the PISA of numeracy and literacy can be counted in terms of lifelong learning program, can be accounted for in terms of the COVID learning program. And then from Ila Susanti, the era of communication technology, which has bad impact, has changed the paradigm into learning education where everyone can learn without being confined to the classroom space. Does it mean that the formal education period will end and turn into education in the family and community? That's a good question. And then from Pak Aceh, do you think has the PISA been measuring the literacy and numeracy, the basis for lifelong learning to thrive? That's a part of the question. What as they have read them through, you know, we have so many, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can just get the first session.
So banyak questions, yeah, and
banyak question. People got excited from with your presentation, Pak.
Okay, so
wow.
terima kasih. Thank you semuanya for all your questions. I will do my best to try to make some useful comment to you. In terms of the history, and the first question, the history of the community learning centres, as I mentioned, goes right back to the 19th century, and in which the communities often built for men on the one side, mechanics institutes and art centres on the other hand, largely for women at the time, as places to engage in community education, and this happened a long time ago. And so the way that that's going forward now is that we see that these kinds of community learning centres continue, but of course they're changed, and by and large they're all enabled with digital technology communication tools, and then supported not just by those tools within the centres themselves, but many centres also make good use of smartphone connectivity and these kinds of communications as well. In terms of the question about the government strategy in Australia, it's been a little bit contentious, I would have to say, and a little bit mixed for the different sectors. There have been some very targeted programs which have been fantastic from the government. The government has been providing funding to support short courses focused on skills and workplace readiness for many people who have been dislocated, lost their jobs. So the government has been providing funding for that kind of activity. When I say it's contentious, the higher education sector gets a lot of funding from the government too, but there are many bad impacts on the university sector in terms of loss of revenues, because we have so many international students come to Australia. A lot of the operational budgets have been impacted, and so there've been problems, and so again many academic staff have actually been losing their jobs. Not so much in my university. We seem to be lucky at this stage, but it has been a big problem right across. In terms of Australian-Indonesian cooperation, it's something that I think it has been happening for many years anyway, and I know my university enjoys collaboration with Indonesia, and we're continually looking for ways in which to do that. And I feel like participating in your event is also sending a strong signal that we do enjoy this and the opportunities that when they arise, and we do look forward to perhaps also engaging in collaborative research at any time if anyone wants to do that. In terms of lifelong learning capacity going forward and the impact of ICT, I think there was a good question there, interesting question about the role of families and community going forward, being supported by the digital paradigm. I think there's an essential role there for families going forward in distance education, particularly in an environment where social media is not always a wholesome place. It's not always a positive place for young people to be engaging in, and there was a lot of misinformation being spread through social media and through ICT. So I see a big role actually in values-based education coming from home as we're going forward. But I'm aware of the time, Ade, so that is my best response to the questions.
That's beautiful. Thank you very much, Pak Jon. So okay. I think, ladies and gentlemen, There are some questions, though, that I might have to just forward it to you through other media.
You can do that.
Because the time is pretty our great concern, Pak. Maaf. I'm sorry, Pak.
Okay. Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih banyak.
Terima
Thank
kasih,
you.
Pak Jon.
Thank you very much for your great presentation. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end part of our presentation. I would like to express my deep gratitude to Pak Jon. Thank you very much, Pak Jon. Your great presentation really touched the recent development of lifelong learning when human has been confronted with complex disruption of COVID-19, and we have to think of anything to come out and to survive. So I think that's all about. I'm not in a capacity to conclude your presentation, which is too great for me. But I would express my deep gratitude to say thanks again. And Pak Jon, I have something whispered to me that there's a token of thanks for your presentation and appreciation in the form of certificate, right, Pak Aceh?
Yes.
Could you just somebody right here? Yeah.
Yes, Pak Jon.
Looks beautiful.
Yeah, it looks good. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're quite welcome.
Thank you.
How do you like it, sir?
I love this one. Thank you. I look forward to my email.
Yes. We will.
Yes. We will send it to you.
Thank you.
Now, is there any intercession first before I get through to the second presentation, Pak Aceh?
Yeah.
Or somebody else can just go through.
I think the second siapa?
Pak Kang.
Kang.
Yes, Mr. Kang is already here.
Yes,
Professor
already
Kang
here.
is already here.
Kang is already here. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, I ask your attention again for the second presentation, which is about to begin. Honorable presenter, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to welcome Professor Kang to our seminar of boosting quality through lifelong learning to adult and continuing education. Our second presenter is the distinguished lecturer from Seoul University, Seoul National University, Professor Dr. Kang Joong. I'm sorry for my pronunciation. How are you, sir?
How are you? Thank you very much.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello, welcome to Bandung.
Adanya 50 yang dari mama kemarin.
So everybody come get to Bandung through Zoom Air, I guess. How is everything going in Seoul? I hope.
Yeah, the pandemic is still going on in Seoul area, but it's okay. We are well contained the virus.
I bet you do.
So I guess I hope we will get immune with the COVID-19 so that we can just go visiting Seoul in our body, not only with the Zoom Air.
Sure.
Mr. Kang, Professor Kang, he is also the professor at the Department of Education. And most recently, he's the executive editor for the Asia Pacific Education Review, or APER, in the Seoul National University. Dr. Kang is presenting his paper entitled Building Mechanism, Lifelong Learning Through Adult and Continuing Education in the Best Korean Practices. And so to make it short, I'm going to let the distinguished speaker to deliver the presentation. All right, Professor Kang, you have the presentation time of 45 minutes, which could include about 15 minutes for a QA session. So the time is yours and you can just get started. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Ade, and thank you for having me today in this wonderful webinar. It's good to see you again, Professor Ace and
Yes.
Professor Yanti.
Yeah.
And I think there is a
Oh, yeah,
Professor Takahashi from Japan also joined this webinar.
Yeah.
It's good to see you all. It's been a while. Okay, let me share my presentation slide. Okay, today I'm going to talk about the building mechanism of lifelong learning in South Korea. I was asked to present one of the best Korean practices in this webinar. So I prepared a local community movement practice for the seminar. This is where I am now in South Korea, and I think you're, I don't know the name of the cities in Indonesia where, but it's pretty far from your location. But thanks to the technology, we can connect this morning to share the ideas and the practices of the adult and lifelong learning. Today I'll present in this order. There will be some of the background information I will share first, and then I will introduce the Korean policies on the community building practices these days. And thirdly, I will introduce to you one of the best practice cases in South Korea. And then I will talk about the social innovation and lifelong learning as a conclusion. Let me begin with my the citing the former YMCA leader in South Korea. His name is Hwang Ju-seok. He wrote in 2007 book that since 1990s began, I find myself saying often that there now exist entirely new citizens, the first to have never experienced hunger since founding of our nations. They are either inclined toward the petty bourgeoisie, clamping their mouth shut like a clam, and considering no one but their own family, or of the disposition to restore the spirit of community, insisting that neighbors must live with one another. So in the 1990s, Hwang kind of felt that there are two different inclinations of the South Korean people's mind. One is that only think about their families. The other one is that we need to live together. So these are kind of a two-way inclination of the Korean people's mind, kind of originated from the modern experience of the Korean history. As you may know, the South Korea has a rapid economic development experience during the 1970s and 1980s. So many people in the world are aware of the Korean economic development and the democratization in the 1980s and 1990s. So they call that the Korea is the only country succeeded in the economic development and democratization in the world after the World War II. But we have a so-called IMF economic crisis, like you did in the late 1990s in Indonesia. South Korea, one of the most affected nation in the world that the global crisis, especially in the East Asian areas, due to the the foreign currency disturbance. So and then we have a political regime changes in 10 years from the 1997 and 2007, then again in 2017. So during that change of the political regime, the social kind of a socio-economic policies also changed a lot. So Korean people have to kind of care about their family first during this economic turbulence and the political changes over the past about 30 or 40 years. So that's why Hwang Jusok told us that South Korean people has two different mind directions, inclinations. That the one is to think about their family only. The other one is we need to live together. So in South Korea, like Indonesian society, we have much affiliation based on the bloodlines. So we care much about our kin and relatives. And also we have by the left the urbanization during the last about 40, 50 years of the economic development. Many people moved from the rural areas to urban areas. So we care much about the people from the same hometown or region. So in Seoul area, the metropolitan area, I myself from the rural area about 30 years ago moved to Seoul. So we naturally care about the people from the same hometown. And lastly, we also very much connected to the graduate of the same school, so that these three kind of affiliations we have developed during our life course, like a blood affiliation and geographic affiliation, school affiliation, functions strongly in Korean people's kind of a social relations. But at the same time, we do not have any close relations with the resident in the neighborhood. In the cities, we have a high-rise apartment, and both parents are at work, so the kids or the children, they don't have much chance to play with their neighborhood friend. So family-oriented results and family-oriented relations confine that, so that we don't have much, we don't develop much relations with the residential neighbors. But there is that another kind of a strong argument toward the movement in the Korean society, that we needed to build a community based on the residential neighborhood areas. So what we call the local community or community building is a strong discourse in these days. Government tried to invest to build the community in these days, especially since 2000. I'd like to introduce 4 different policies that the central government introduced for the past 20 years. The first one is the resident self-governance system. Since 1999, the Ministry of Interior and Safety, they tried to change the local governance system. We have a residential area governance system called Myeondong, and there is administration buildings in a residential area. The central government changed the function of the residential area into a self-governance system. So they make a space in the administration building that turn into a community learning center. So they provide some basic education or the cultural education in the changed administration building in the local area. The second one is the lifelong learning city policy. The Ministry of Education introduced this policy since 2000. So nowadays we have about 227 municipal area governments in South Korea, and almost 2/3 of the municipal government in South Korea are designated as a lifelong learning city. Many of them are the member of the UNESCO network for the global learning city. So these policies, one aim of this policy is to create a municipal level lifelong learning center. And then we try to organize the lifelong learning programs for the resident. And we have about 40% of the lifelong learning participation rate nationwide. So these local, the city facility is the center of the lifelong learning policy in South Korea.
Wow.
The third policy is a local community vitalization program with the culture as a medium. It's a bit longer, but it is done by the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism. And they try to designate a local township, and they wanted to, the local people organize that the cultural activities very vividly. So many small towns applied for this government aid, and they create a art classes, and they try to invite some professional artists to their towns to revitalize their town through the cultural activities. The last one is the establishment policies, cooperative and other forms of social economies. So in South Korea, like Indonesia, you have a much social enterprises and many different ways of the investment of the social economy in Indonesia. I heard that the Janus and many social capital investment of banks and different ways to boost the third sector or fourth sector of the economy in Indonesia. In South Korea also, we try to build up the social economy and try to boost differently the economy and the local area of the policy and economic development. So these four different central government policies kind of shape the way in South Korea try to build the local community. So government offices, the central government office conduct and provide many policy mediums to boost the local community building, but in the local area, it is very hard to use or participate in different central government policies. But today I will introduce you one of the best practice that how the local people use these different government policies, and they try to successfully build their own community activities. So this is the picture from the what I will introduce you to the Gamgol, so-called Gamgol Residents Association. That's the name of their the community organization. So this is the southern area of the Seoul, the Korean capital of Seoul. So they have a small building in the second floor of this two-story building. So they have many nameplate in the entrance, because the 5 different nameplate given by the different government organizations. One from the central government, Ministry of Education. Another one is from the city government, and another one from the Ministry of Culture, Sports, and Culture, Sports, and Tourism. So different government funding makes possible for the to put this different nameplate on their entrance door. So this is the city of Ansan, where the community is located. So their building is located here. I'd like to give you some sense of the geography. So the formation of the Gamgol Resident Association, they are living in the very densely populated residential area, and most of the members of the association is from the very populated area in the southern side of the Seoul. And in March 2010, there are around 15,527 residents, and their household number is almost 7,000 household. So, and this is the population distribution by age. about 52% is the male, and the other 48% is the female. And as you see that there are the 40 in their age groups, the 40s are the most people consist of this town. So that you see it's a very young town according to the population distribution. The association began in 2004. In 2004, some of the mothers who sent their kids to the school in Seoul Elementary School, and in the school there is a school library, very small school library. Some of the mothers volunteered in the library so that they helped the teachers and librarians to run the school library. So they tried to just a helping hand, be a helping hand for their elementary school in their local area. And 2011, those mothers who volunteered for the school library, they tried to help the local kids outside of the school. At first, they do their activities inside the school libraries, but from 2011, they moved out of the school and tried to help the local kids in the local area. In 2012, they received some fund from the city of Ansan, their local area city government. So the first funding is from the city government, so that they make a small space and provide some educational programs for the typically youth who are in the middle school and high school. And 2014, they form a cooperatives, the social economic organization in the town. So they make their organization into the social economic organization. And they also participated in the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism's Life and Culture Community Building Project. It's the central government policy to boost the local community building. In 2015, they organized a community town hall meeting, so that they call a meeting and they ask the local people to participate to plan their community development planning together from the bottom-up approach. So nowadays, they also participated in the lifelong city plan, so that they got some fund from the Ministry of Education, that they train the lecturers out of their own resident, and those lecturers provide the next level of the lifelong learning program in their facilities or their center. So this is a brief outline. I will talk about some more in detail. The Korean People's Community Building Movement usually began with the fulfill the education needs of the local people from the early 1970s. This is the quote that I will get from the history of the Korean social community building movement. And in here, Shin talked about the Korean history local community building from the mother school, where the volunteers to the credit cooperatives, so that the local community building is from the, you also see the daycare center for the children. So many of the Korean local community building began with the fulfilling the meeting the educational need of the children and the local resident. So in the Gamgol Residential Association also began with the the same route. Mothers in their 30s and 40s, they sent their kids to the elementary school, and they volunteered for the school library, and they try to provide some of the library education programs. It's not the school curriculum, but the mothers, they try to their own education program for their children and the school children. So they have a very successful experience. Nowadays, we tend to think that the lifelong education is not the same, or it must be a separate activity from schooling. But in this case, many Gamgol resident mothers are working inside the school first, and then they extended their activities outside the school and toward the community. And they in this picture and the posters are the programs they provide in the local areas in the community. In this case, Gamgol Resident Associations, the typical activity is to produce or the train the mothers or the local community resident to be an instructor on art and culture and life skill courses. And the trained resident became a instructor at the local community's art center or their small community gathering places. So in the Gamgol Resident Association, there is what I call as a virtuous cycle of lifelong learning. First, they learn and they teach the local resident, the adult, and then those trained or taught adult became a teacher or instructor for the local people, especially the young kids and children and the local youth, so that there is kind of a cycle of lifelong learning. The third one is that the local community tried to set up their own public asset. I try to call it the commons, because they have their own, not their own building, but they rented enough space so that they have created a cafe as a local resident gathering place, and they also create a kitchen, the community kitchen in the place, so that they teach and learn how to cook a different way of the food. So they also learn how to cook the foreign dishes. So, and then they try to sell it out. In many cases, like catering services, they introduced, and they try to earn monies out of it. So the government funded program became through the government funded program, the local resident association are able to create their own sustainable kind of a structure to continue their work. So these activities are not limited to their own kind of a self-interest, but they try to reach out the wider community, so that the association membership is around 30 or 40s, but they try to reach out the other citizens in the local area. So they call the community-wide meetings, and they try to set up the community agenda and working together different groups and different peoples in their own residential area. In the beginning of the presentation, I introduced to you the Hwang Ju-seok, the YMCA leader in the 1990s. And he told us that there are two ways of the participation in the local communities. One is the demand participation, and the other one is creative participation. This is the translation of the Korean word to the English. So there's a bit awkward, but the demand of participation is about asking for something to the local government. So they try to organize a campaign that we will do protest if you do not provide what we try to demand. So this is the demand. But the creative participation is about putting one's values into practice, regardless of what others do or don't do. So the creative participation is the way of life and way of living in the community, so that they set up their own values and their own goals, and they follow these goals and values, and the teaching and learning along this pursuing this goal are the very important part of their practice. So lifelong learning is the core of the local community buildings in the case of the Gamgol Residents Association. And I think the lifelong learning can be defined in two concepts, two dimensions. One is the learning drawn from life, and the other one is the learning to nourish life. The formal dimension, learning drawn from life, speaks to the aspect that learning materials and learning contents should be found in life, relation to others. The learning is not something about the knowledge in the textbook. In the lifelong learning, learning is began or drawn from our lives, and our life very much connected with the other people in the local community and as far as the global communities. The other dimension of lifelong learning concept.
Pardon me, there's a Kang. Excuse me, there's a Kang.
Yeah,
you still can enjoy your presentation. I enjoy listening your presentation, but the time is
I will finish in 3 minutes.
A little bit shorter here. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, the second dimension is that learning to nourish life. Lifelong learning is about the producing life differently after we learn from our own lives and learn from the other people. So I think that the starting point of lifelong learning is entirely different from learning in school, where one has no choice but to depend on teachers or the ascribed knowledge. So lifelong learning is a very social activity. We are social being, and practicing lifelong learning follows that lifelong learning in community is an intergenerational phenomenon. So in the Gamgol case, those who adults learn by themselves or teach one another, they try to teach their own community kids or children. This is the one of the good practice of the South Korean practice these days. So lifelong learning is about the very much connected with the lifelong education. Also, I think lifelong education is a system that manages lifelong learning. So the Gamgol Resident Association successfully created the condition for learning using the government different policy programs to improve their local community. So the degree of the sort of a qualitative advancement of the one community, society, or nation depends on the quantity and quality of lifelong learning attained by the resident and citizen of the society, community, and nation. I think we need to put more emphasis on this expansion of the practice and policies of the government to invest the local community building. So I think it's enough for me to present the cases from South Korea. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kang. I myself enjoy your presentation, especially after I read them through as part of your written presentation. And I understand that the M. Yun Dong, I mean the township and neighborhood, has been part of the system that has been lowering down by a government just to initiate the bottom-up kind of policy and initiatives from the community. And I think that's part of our discussion that might get ahead. But I have to congratulate you, Pak Kang, because you have 42 questions.
Oh.
42 for 2. I'm not sure that you can answer the whole things, I mean, in 13 minutes, but could you just promise us that if they still have enthusiasm to send them through email, you will answer it?
Sure.
Yeah.
Just
Thank
give
you.
me an email. I will
Thank you
leave
very
my
much.
email address in the chatting.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Dr. Kang. And so many questions, but part of this of the question that I might have to just get in touch very little from Safira. Wait. From Hardianto, Professor Kang, Ansan Gamgo, Resident Association time to manage. How long an association in general rise up, and how to manage them in a long time, in a long time to, I mean, in the future to give service, including government policy, either or community initiation. Maybe I read the 2 or 3 questions and you can just answer, and the rest maybe I can just send them through to other media. Shafira Fitiani, hello Mr. Kang, Korea has been listed as one of the countries which the best system in responding to the pandemics. To what extent the lifelong education has helped Korea in overcoming the pandemic, especially to the older generation, maybe in relation with lifelong learning. Who are they educated in these community learning centers about the pandemics? From Dr. Eli Sudia Permana, is Samuel Undong is a part of the practices in lifelong learning in Korea, and what is the relation with the Gamgol community? From Pak Aceh, he is just give you a token of appreciation, a great appreciation of the super presentation. He said that I learned a lot from your country, what the foundation that Korean government has set up to develop lifelong learning for the society. I think those 3 may be enough to give you some words, I mean, to more initiate people to ask, you know, so that you can just have more than 42. Please, Mr. Kang.
Okay, the Semaul Undong, the famous Korean local community movement initiated by the former Park Chung-hee administration, in 1970s. It is still very active and vivid. There is a national organization to guide especially the rural areas. The Semaul Undong still very active, but today's presentation, the Gamgol Resident Association, they do not have any direct relations with the Semaul Undong. They don't. But I think the spirit of the Semaul Undong is much about the rural area, how to develop the rural agricultural area. But today's my case is from the urban activities of the local resident. So they don't have any direct relations. That's my answer to the last question. And the second question about the how we successfully overcoming the global COVID-19 pandemic and how the education plays a role in this kind of a situation. We still have very difficult times in South Korea, especially about the 2 months ago, in the late August and early September. We have another surge or the rise of the infected peoples number of the infected people is rise in the about 2 months ago, and these days we try to settle down over the much more successful, but you know, this pandemic is so dreadful and so strong, so we are very cautious and try to separate people, you know, especially the vulnerable people, the older people, from the outside work areas, or ask them to keep yourself at home, or yourself in the care facilities. Strictly, we enforce the rules for the social distancing. Education much affected by this pandemic. So the local lifelong learning centers, you know, especially the city level local lifelong learning centers, try to propagate or spread words about how to behave in this pandemic times. So there is no direct kind of teaching or instruction, but many materials are spread, and many campaign or through the digital mediums like YouTube and the Zoom also. We have many local government and local lifelong learning centers hold the webinar and different ways of the meeting through the digital device, so that how we can overcome together in these difficult times. But still, you know, the digital divide, so-called, many people in the rural areas have a limited access to the internet, and the older people doesn't have much kind of a competency to access the internet, and they don't know quite well about using the YouTube and different digital device or the applications. Like we are good at Zoom meetings, but many older people are not able to access these new technologies. So we have very hard times in South Korea, especially to contain the virus from the vulnerable old population. The first case, the question about how long an association in general rise up and how to manage them in long time to give service. It is very difficult for them to kind of continue their work, especially in terms of the financial stability, because it is very independent and the local resident initiative organization. So they try to find out different funding sources, especially the government educational subsidiaries, and they try to apply for the different funding sources so that they can continue to educate or teach the local resident and provide some good education programs for the local resident. So every year they try to apply for different fundings and try to find out a new one. But on the basis, they have very strong membership, and they have their own kind of a income generation in their own social economic organization, the cooperatives they created, so that they have a minimum kind of a basis for the financial sustainability, but they try to expand their activities and their working toward the different residents in the community. So for that, they need more financial resources so that they can try to apply every year different funding sources, especially from the central and local government. Okay, that's my answer to the first question. So I'm so sorry that I have much time to discuss this, my presentation. But if you send me your question to my email address that I shared on the screen, I will contact you promptly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe you can just answer one more question concerning why is despite the provision of the structural provision of the policy from the government to the level of township and neighborhood, but the participation of the community remain arduous challenge in Korea.
The profession?
The bottom.
Yeah.
Yes.
In this case, what I just presented is the Gamgol Resident Association's bottom-up approach. I think it was possible because they are very much related to the elementary school, because they are parents who send their children to the elementary school, and they at first it's a voluntary work in the school library. So they have pretty much their interest in learning and providing some education to the inside the elementary school. That kind of triggers how they support their local community, because their support for the school children or the school their own kids, including their own kids. It's the beginning of their kind of developing their competency, working toward the local agenda or local children. So they have been working inside the school library for more than 7 or 8 years. And then they went to the local community itself, outside of the school. So they're kind of building up experience inside the school, made them possible for the bottom-up approach, and they can sustain their own approach continuously.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's answer the question. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end part of our presentation. I think I myself would like to express my deep gratitude to Mr. Kang. You have the big fan of yours. I mean, of more than 42. It's been add them up, I think it's close to 50 now. And
almost more than 50.
I think still willing to answer through the other media, email. Please leave your email address to us so that I can just get them through email.
I got his address.
Yep.
And
we got him.
And before the closing of our discussion, there's a token of thanks will be given by UPI in the form of certificate. I hope you like it.
Hi, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please give applause to Mr. Kang for the great presentation. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Mr. Kang.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll see you there in Seoul. Later.
I hope so. I will see you in Indonesia.
Yeah, you come to Bandung.
Okay.
Yeah.
For this third presenter, I again may I have your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. The presentation of the third presenter is just about to begin. Let me just check. Is the third presenter is already be here, Mr. Dr. Archanya Ratana Ubol?
Yes.
Yeah.
Already here.
Okay.
She is a lady.
I'm sorry.
Hi, Archie.
Miss Archanya.
Hi, Archie.
Thank you.
Welcome to Bandung.
First of all, I would like to welcome Ms. Archanya. I'm sorry. I thought somebody else to the seminar of boosting quality through lifelong learning through adult and continuing education.
We met together in Bangkok.
Right, and we met.
Yes, I guess yes. We met a little while ago.
Right. Yeah.
In this occasion, allow me to introduce to you all, ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished senior lecturer, professor. She is a professor in the adult education. Correct me if I'm wrong. From Chulalongkorn University, Dr. Archanya Ratana Boy.
Yes.
Welcome to Bandung, ma'am. How are you? I hope you're not tired of arriving in Zoom room. I would suspect that you've been invited quite often in Zoom presentation in Korea or some other
in many different
places across the universe. And Dr. Archanya is presenting her paper entitled Lifelong Learning in the Era of Industry 4.0 in a workplace learning perspective.
Yes.
Dr. Archanya.
Yeah.
I'm going to make it a bit short just because we're in the pressure of time.
Okay.
I'm going to let you go with your presentation. You have 45 minutes. You can use the whole 45 minutes and you might...
35 minutes.
45 minutes.
45?
45,
okay.
Yes.
So finish
you can do your presentation in 30 minutes or set aside another 15 minutes for a Q&A session.
Okay.
Or you can use your 45 minutes for your whole presentation, and you can have this Q&A session in the other media. Mr. Kang from Korea, he's got about close to 50 questions will be put forward to email. Is your management of time, you decide whether you're going to use your 45 minutes for the whole presentation or 30 minutes for presentation and 15 minutes for a Q&A session.
Okay, thank you.
Your choice. Okay, thank you, Ms. Archanya. I'll let you go with your presentation.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank to the organizer who give my opportunity to share my experiences and my research area in the lifelong education. I would like to share my slides. So this is the topic that the organizer gave me. Lifelong learning in the era of Industry 4.0 workplace learning perspective. I'm from Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok, Thailand, with very difficult circumstances among the country this time, not just only for the COVID and the other difficult circumstance, especially against for the government. And we hope we can pass through this pretty soon. And this is the topic that you gave me. When you gave me this topic, let me think for a while that how to work on this topic. And I start with the meaning of the era of Industry 4.0. The meaning is digital technology of interconnectivity, and we can access to real-time data and the introduction of cyber physical systems. And however, when I found out this term and think of Thailand 4.0 and lifelong learning, and it's a tough work to think. And when we look at the lifelong learning, this is the definition that I think of is the integration of learning and living and covering learning activities for people of ages in all life-wide contexts. So when we ask the institutions, I'm from the university and I am from the institutions related to lifelong education. We think that how to promote lifelong learning adopt a holistic and network-wide approach involving all networks collaboration to ensure the provision of learning opportunities for all individuals. So when we try to uh, in connect with that technical term of the institution and lifelong education and the workplace learning, which we focus on adult education. When we think of the workplace learning, focus on adult education and learning, which has been recognized as both non-formal education and informal education for workers in the workplaces. And this topic let me think more how to work on how to promote the workplace learning. So we need to providing workers with equal access when we connect with lifelong, equal access to potential educational opportunities, which are available in all forms of learning in the workplaces. And the most important part is that need to be suitable to the workers' living conditions and problems in the workplace. So that's I try to link all the technical term for the when the organizer gave me that this topic. And in Thailand, the most that I can think and my work as the researcher in the community in Thailand, I think I consider of the community enterprise. We have this community enterprise, which can define as organization or a business that community members are owners and cooperate together using knowledge, local wisdom, appropriate technology, and creativity to manage resources within the community. So the technology that they use will be appropriate technology suitable to their local wisdom and local community life. This is the community enterprise. This is the example. Like we have a lot of spice here. I'm pretty sure that in Indonesia and Korea, we have this kind of spices as well. And for the Thai food is quite very popular, traditional Thai food in the community or herbs or and then I conduct a real quick research related to the community enterprise. And this research would like to promote Thai community enterprises through adult learning approach. This is the example. You may see that we call OTOP, OTOP. The meaning of OTOP is one tambon, one product. Uh, Originally from Japan, that we got this concept. Tambon in Thai meaning is district, district, just one district. So the meaning is the one district produce one product according to their unique in the community, in their community. And right now, the government promote not just only OTOP, they promote all OTOP to go for the international level. So they call OTOP global. So the other policy right now we go for the global. And I will show you how we got a very big problem of this. So this research is employ mixed methods, divide into three phases of conducting a research. And this is that I investigate. The first one is the investigate the problems of Thai community enterprise. And then I analyze community enterprise successful cases for the practice to confirm and to find out more in the deep understanding for the problem and how to promote using lifelong learning or adult education. And the third phase, try to promote the guidelines of promoting Thai community enterprises through adult learning. For the first phase of conducting research, use the survey questionnaires to investigate the problems of Thai community enterprises in the aspect of productions, management, marketing, and of course in the aspect of adult learning, what they want to learn, what they are problem in their learning, especially in the lifelong education area. And we send questionnaire to all around the country to find out. And right now we got a few, some left, few return. We got from Ubol Ratchathani province from the northeast, Phuket from the south, Suphanburi from the uh, central, and still coming more. And this is uh, the answer that I got from the questionnaire. You may see that we still have the problem, even they said low, but still have a problem of the production standard for the local community product, and also very still problem with the lack of tools, applicants or manufacturing techniques. They don't know how. They still have the local techniques to do, but the government want to promote to the globalization for international level, still have the problem. And very interesting here that lack of skills and experiences in manufacturing higher quality products. They still have the products of the local, still have lack of knowledge of packaging development, lack of knowledge to process various products, just only one product, and then they cannot find the various products. Lack of knowledge to create an outstanding conduct identity. I think this is very important because the knowledge to create the product identity is very important. Right now, all the community produce the same product. They don't find the way to produce the identity of each community product. And the other very interesting, this one, lack of knowledge and experience in selling products abroad. Don't know how to do it. Even the government promote them to go for the international, still have the problem of this. Integration or building a distribution network, they don't know. Everyone just do their own. They don't know how to become a network. And the other one is legal understanding. If they need to do transaction, very still have problem for the legal understanding how to do it. And this is the problem that found out from the questionnaire. And also very interesting that when I asked for the adult learning problems, lack of individual advice from the relevant authorities. The government authority doesn't give much, provide much for the information of this. Also, lack of group training from relevant agencies. Many agencies need to help them. Lack of distance training, not just only individual training on, they still need a distance like online training through the internet. A lack of manuals, publications, posters sent at home. Lack of learning from mobile applications. Still have a lot of problem on this, but they have learned live application, they have learned radio media, but compared to the other training online, still have a problem on this. And after I got that, I went to the success case. Actually, I went seven communities, and because of this time, I I provide you with 3 success case. And the third one, after I look from the success case, I try to propose the draft guideline of promoting the community enterprises through adult learning approach to the expert. And from this is the question that I already told you. This is the problem. The age over there is around 51 to 60, not too young and in the middle age that they respond to questionnaire. And mostly the community enterprise who answer my question is they were food business, many kind of business, but food business are more interesting to join in our project. And art and invention business also. This is all art and invention. And even the garments weaving business are very interesting to join us. And this is the problem that I already told you that they have a big problem of the raw material and labor wages and shipping continues to rise. And also lack of integration or building a distribution network and lack of all the knowledge and experience of in abroad sales because they are local community people. So this is the most important for them. They have no knowledge of doing this abroad sales and legal or tax, or they have the problem how to calculate and how to do the tax on legal work. And this is the success case that I went to work with the community enterprise in the area outside Bangkok. This area, the first one is at Rayong province, which is the east part of Thailand. This community is the model or best practice of sufficiency economy philosophy. Thailand, we have late King number 9, King Bhumibol, who promoted the concept of the sufficiency economy philosophy. So all the people in the community, especially community enterprise, adopt and practice of the sufficiency economy philosophy. And they found out that it's the best way to organize their living, especially agricultural community. And this group, they uh, come developed by groups of local residents. They call Ban Jamrung community. So all of them just scatter around and then start the concept of the King Bhumibol sufficiency economy philosophy. The meaning is that they live in the middle way. They don't use the chemical much. They try to be organic more and they live on what they have. So after they adopt the king's concept, they found out that the products are more healthy and all of them are very healthy as well. So they after their success, they launch many activities to all the people to visit them, such as local resource management and community product. They even provide the local university. They call local university is just like the local community center there, and they provide the name as the local university to attract the young one, anyone who want to join the learning from the content of the local community. And they provide homestay, visit restaurant, agricultural management, and many other resorts over there. And this is, for example, this is the learning community there. And it's the homestay, and they produce outlets, and even there radio center to explain how how they manage their community enterprise, and they provide education based for anyone to learn. The meaning here is the for sufficiency. The meaning is the best for sufficiently. And this is the leader of the community. And this they provide the local transport for visiting educational sites when we can stop each site for learning and spend time anytime that we like in each site. So I think this is a very good example for lifelong learning in the community, which community make them provide them for everyone in the country. So the people who teach there, they are local wisdom teacher. They just farmer who organize and produce all the goods, and then they want to teach the other people how to do it. So the people will be a young one, the kids or anyone from anywhere learn to produce the or the fruits or the plants over there. And over there is very popular for the durian. So the people went there to learn. And their demonstration, this is the local wisdom teacher who teach the food preservation over there. So the people can learn from them. And this is the product after they produce in their community. They try to sell as the OTOP, as I already mentioned, one tambon, one product. And this is the rubber over there, not just only the orchard or not only fruit, because of the fruit cannot provide enough money for them to earn. So they plant the rubber as well. So making rubber trees over there and herbal planting. And that's the first case. You may see that the first case depend on themselves, and the government just support as what they want, but not much, but they depend on themselves. And the second case that I went, the other case is very interesting for me because this case is in Bangkok metropolis. You already know that we are capital city and all the building. This is just like the last part of the suburb of Bangkok that they grow rice. They are farmer and they rice production enterprise just at the corner of the Bangkok. And this is a very interesting. This is the Mr. Yong Yut. He is living at Klong Samwa, uh, and in the Bangkok area. And he is Muslim. This community is the Muslim community. This is the leader, and he is the farmer. Also, is the leader of the community farmer, and that area is the water barrier as well to protect Bangkok when Bangkok was a lot of raining and the water need to be inside the city. So this area is the water barrier to protect Bangkok. And when I talk to him, he's very, very wonderful leader. He said he want to make our farmers to be proud and dignified because as we know that farmers are usually earn a little money and continually in debt. He wants to tell his story, a story, and package this special rice for sale. Because usually when the people got rice, they need to send to the other person to pack. So this community want to be finished everything by their own. So he start to gather all 30 to 40 farmers at Klong Samwa area and Muslim. They are Muslim community over there. So develop local rice grains. So they have their own local rice grain. They don't need to buy from the other area. So they make their own. So he want to promote the standards of their production and packaging as a viable product. And and he start community learning center in their community. He is the leader of the Center for Service and Transfer Agricultural Technology for Farmers. So anyone who got in debt and have the problem for the farming, especially for rice. So went there and learn how to do that agricultural technology. So this community is they are farmers in the community. So they work together. So this is the objectives of their center, learning center. They want to distributing of knowledge, consulting, sharing, and promoting farmers to grow rice more productive. And then uh, they still need to use chemical, but they want to tell them how the appropriate use of chemical. And then they're producing their own local rice grain, which is very uh, interesting and exciting to produce their own local rice grain, reduce cost and expense for farmers planting without buying seedling from the market. So this is their own local rice grain. And the other interesting when I went there, I he is very proud of this. They call their community rice mill. When we think a very big mill, no, they make a very appropriate technology. So they just use the tube from the water tube and then conduct it as the community rice mill, and then for everyone to use it and anyone outside if they want to use it. And when I talk to the new generation, the kids over there, the young one over there, they said they don't want to continue this difficult way of life like his father, like his grandfather. However, they are still helping their parents by using new technology for trading products for their parents. So they help, say they use their technology world to help them. So these are the packaging from the new generation. They use their they try to advertise or this. They make blackberry rice. This is a young generation. Help ready for the market. They send to the market. So they use their Mac they call vacuum pack product. And this is the shop for local products. So these are in their community. So when I went there, this is the young one, the young boy who uh, finally he's still learning with in the school, but he said he want to help his father and he want to learn more how to use the new technology to help his community. This is very interesting one. And the next success case that I want to share with you, this one is around further outside Bangkok. They call Nonthaburi province. And this area is a community enterprise of growing organic vegetables. This is her, Mrs. Nut, and this is her community. So when we walk there, this is her homeland and try to produce the or plant vegetables in this area for a long time. When we think of the vegetable area, we will go to this part of the city called Nonthaburi province. So the problem is when I talked to her, she got the problem of using chemical cause health problem for people in the community. And then they come and talk that not enough income from selling vegetables individually. Everyone have their own and then sell vegetable individually and they have a big problem, not enough income. That's why they come together as the community enterprise. This is their plans. So they became a community enterprise of selling organic vegetables. Start from only 8 persons in the community came to discuss how to solve this problem together. And right now, uh, they got more than 50 members in only 2 or 3 years. They have more members of community enterprise. This they came together, working together. They use whatever they have in their community to plant. They work together as the teamwork. And of course, the most important part of lifelong education is sharing knowledge. They sharing knowledge to each other in the member of the community enterprise. And not just only that they sharing the knowledge, they planning together for work which kind of plant or vegetables each family will plant. They decide together. They make a decision together. And then of course they're looking for market to sell their products and share the work for everyone in the community enterprise. And everyone participates for a meeting each month for planning. Very important. They have a planning together.
Beautiful.
And this
Dr.
is they
Archanya, you have
prepare.
9 minutes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you have 9 minutes to go.
Okay,
It's okay.
almost done. This is the teamwork that they work together. And then of course it's this is when they have the product, they need to sell together. They come to package product together here. And this is the team to sell. You may recognize the women will plant and the men will go out for sale or the staff. The success of group because of collaboration for working and solving problems. Group discussion among the community for the best solution for their own context. Technology is important for them, especially for communication. So they use this. And for the last part that I have you with 9 minutes here, uh, I am pretty sure. And then when we come up from the guideline, we found out that adult learning is very important to become to give toward community enterprise. And this is to create the concept of environment for lifelong learning, which facilitates the human and social capital development. And of course, we already have human capital, especially local wisdom and social capital, which is social relationship in the community. So we can have a group with the same norm, kindness, love, loyalty, generosity, and trust. So this is very, very important. For the conclusion, I believe or I think lifelong learning, adult education, we believe in potential of people and community. And learning is the foundation of the development of the community enterprise. And then we need to come out with the no boundary of learning. We can learn anywhere, anytime. Learning should be used, which is the approach of problem-based solving. Learning, therefore, should promote the holistic ways of thinking. You may see that all three communities, they try to solve their own problem by using the ways of thinking, how to solve that together. People can learn from each other during the time that they work. So they are workplace learning. Community enterprise can solve the difficulties which occur in their daily community living. So my last part for the conclusion here that how we use lifelong education, we need to support system of lifelong education must be available and utilized often as it is necessary as indicated in their needs. We need to help them with lifelong education and all the success case depends on the intergenerational cooperation of each as well. We cannot come just only for the adult or senior, but we need to use all ages in the community, especially intergenerational cooperation of each. And thank you very much
Beautiful.
for all the
Thank you.
detail.
Thank
I
you very
think you
much.
already got it from the email I already sent. And this is all the main topic that I want to focus with you. Thank you.
I am fascinated and immersed with your presentation. So enchanting and beautiful.
Thank you.
It's very localized, and the way you present things, the way the people get into the content of learning in their own community. Ms. Archanya, we have 5 minutes to go.
Okay.
1 minute, I can just read 3 questions, and
Yes.
you have 4 minutes to answer those 3 questions.
Okay.
Deal? Okay.
Yes.
From Mr. Hadianto, what is then Community Learning Center CLC and or TOP related? In which field CLC contribute significantly to or TOP? The second one is in the development of agricultural development in Indonesia has lagged far behind compared to Thailand. Indonesia has a crisis of farmer generation. How to cultivate the spirit of farming as you have in Thailand?
I cannot hear you well.
Ongoing learning is the key. Oh, yeah, okay. Indonesia has lagged far behind Thailand in the agriculture regeneration of a farmer. How to cultivate this spirit of farming in Thailand so that we can just replicate what is your success there in Thailand. And the third one is ongoing learning is the key to organizational versatility, adaptability, and effectiveness. What factors become extremely important in a competitive environment, maybe in a global competitive. I think that's all of the 3. And you have 3 minutes to go. Thank you.
I read, this is the same that I saw when you, from the chat, right? One question.
I guess so.
Right, that as getting through COVID, right?
What is the
I saw many in the
Yes. The first question is what is the connection between CLC and or TOP?
CLC
mostly CLC contribute to or TOP.
Okay, so the first question, CLC
Community Learning Center.
OTEP, OTOP. I will
and
answer you.
TOP related.
Okay, so CLC and OTOP. OTOP is like, as I already mentioned, that from the government,
okay.
right? From the government policy or the government suggestion that community enterprise, they already have their own product and how to promote and how to sell it as the OTOP, one tambon, one product. And you imagine that in the community, there are many products, not just only one product. There are many products in one community. So all the community need to come together and make a decision. First, which product should be the best for for their own community. For example, like this first community have food, have planting, have many products come out, but government promote only one, the best one in the community. So all the community need to come up and talk and discuss and share which product that they need to work together, and they make a decision. Our committee will make this product. This is the best product that they want to sell together. So all the people in the community come up and discuss and share decision making to make one product. So this is one they call OTOP, and how it is related to the learning community. So learning community in Thailand, there are many kinds of learning community. The learning community, as I show you in the PowerPoint, is the learning community provided by their own community. They make it by themselves. They make their own learning community by themselves. But there are many kind of local uh, there are many kind of CLC, not just from the community. The government provides CLC as well. So how this is related to the OTOP? The one that is provided by the government, CLC by the government, will help one tambon, one product. And also CLC by the community themselves will promote one tambon, one product as well. So after they make a decision that they want to sell this, all CLC around this will support this product, not just only the community CLC by the community itself, government CLC, local wisdom CLC, many CLC will promote this product together. That's how they related. May I answer? All the CLC will promote this.
Yes, you did answer the first question.
Right, will promote this product together. And then the second question, connect CLC.
And it might get related to what is then the spirit of farming right on to forever in Thailand. We are like good in farming compared to Thailand. The spirit of farming has been declining.
Okay.
How to wake the spirit up in Indonesia to replicate what has been in Thailand?
I understand this. We have the big problem as well for the new generation. They don't want to be a farmer anymore. They want to do something else that make more money.
Yes,
however, the
that's
same problem. However, when I talk to them, the young generation, they said that they learn this from their own life. They saw this. They know how to plant, even they don't want to learn, but they're learning experience. They're learning from their helping his fathers, his grandfathers, his grandmother. So they right now, especially when they are COVID, all the office are closed, the business are gone, so they go back home. They went back home, and then they help their family now by using that technology. You may see that they sell the rice in the pack, and all the advertisement, everything PR. These are from new generation, because the generation of the farmer, they just grow it, plant it, and then they don't know how to do it after that. But the new generation, they make they sell it online. Even myself right now, I bought many farmers product online because the new generation help them. So I think much better because of the difficult circumstance help this problem to solve using technology from new generation. But of course, we have the problem of the spirit of doing this. And right now, the new generation of make value added from the rice. Last time I went there, I found that this community, they make ice cream from riceberry. And I said, this idea from the farmer themselves. They said no, the kids want to eat. So right now, the best product not just only rice, but the product just like tea jasmine rice, make the tea and ice cream and soap and all the product out from rice. This is the example that spirit of growing rice are value added, especially using technology to solve all the problem from the new generation. Answer that?
Thank you. Yes, you did answer that quite well. You still accept some more question?
Have time?
Because I have two more.
You
yes,
have
I heard
time?
from the committee that the last presenter is going to be a little bit late. Is that right, Bu Yanti?
Okay. Yeah.
Let me just check
Of
again.
course. If you can send me my mail as well.
There is a, let me just go very, very rapidly. I would like to ask how the government in Thailand build, this is for Marianne, build the awareness in Thai people about the result of adult learning and lifelong learning.
Sorry, I cannot hear. Maybe of the internet.
Yes, maybe I can help Mr. Ade because there's noise in his home. The question from Marian, it's a student in our department. He asking about, she said about, she really enjoy your presentation, and then he asking about how is the government in Thailand build awareness in Thai people about the age result of adult learning and lifelong learning can help people to make community enterprise, then can make their life much better.
From the government? The question like that. So of course, the government try to provide the fund for the learning CLC, but of course it's not enough. So you may see that all the cases I found out, they depend on themselves. They have their own products and they sell, they PR, they do whatever. The government, we have the local authority government. So the money from the main government came to each province to go to, we work by province, and then each province we go for the district. So the money go for the province first, and then province go for the district. So the district go for the community. So you imagine in the district have many communities. So the district go for the communities. So the money sometimes I'm pretty sure that it's not enough for them to work for the CLC like this. So that's why they depend on themselves more than wait for the government. And especially when the time when we live in the King Rama the Ninth era, the people learn from his philosophy to depend on themselves, to live on what we have, and help ourselves with the self-reliance. we call self-reliance.
Thank you, Madam. Actually, we have so many questions, but Ade, you already on or still the
Yes,
noise?
I'm back. I'm back.
Okay, okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. I was a bit lagged with the signal, but what I'm saying is now is the time to convey our great gratitude to your presentation, your charm, enchanting, and fascinating presentation. So we like your presentation a lot. But before we say goodbye, there's a token of thanks and gratitude from
Terus ya masuk Yan.
Halo.
Masuk Yan. Yan masuk Yan.
There's okay, lack of signal again. We want to present you e-certificate to Professor Archanya, and then as a grateful from us, please receive. Thank you, Professor Archanya, for your contribution in our webinar. It's very great presentation, and we have so many information from Thailand and also from
Korea.
Australia and from Korea. We're still waiting from Pak Ade. Really sorry, I have to join in here. And because we still waiting for our keynote, I also willing to asking to the keynote to ask before it. Participant already asking question. If you have any one question from each speaker, and the participant will answer, and they will give. We will give the participant something like a door prize, and then please is Pak Jon or Professor Kang, Professor Archanya, if you please give the participant one question, and they will try to answer. If the answer is correct, we will give the participant a gift. So it's make us more active in here. Please, who will give question first? Professor Kang, Professor Archanya, or Dr. Jon Mason?
Is this a gift, virtual gift?
Yes, actually it's become a question to the participant. If the participant can answer and it's the right answer, we will give the one gift. Ada yang mau menjawab? Nanti silakan.
Okay.
So it is
any question?
because it is
you want to have a game.
Jon Mason.
You want to have some kind of game, yes?
Yes.
Just easy question. Just one easy question.
One easy question. Oh, okay. So I'm wondering how when lifelong learning first began in Australia. What decade?
Okay. Kapan pertama kali lifelong learning di Australia? Ayo, siapa yang bisa menjawab? Silakan langsung. Sebutkan nama dan asalnya.
Dasawarsanya.
Ayo, ada yang bisa menjawab?
Sebut decade-nya.
Which decade? Maybe 1960s, 1970s, 1980s, 1990. Which one?
Ibu, maaf izin menjawab, boleh?
Silakan.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. I'm Afifah from Community Education, undergraduate. Jawabannya 1970-an, Bu. 1970s.
Okay.
Yeah. You get it right.
Okay. Right.
Hey, you got the door prize.
Second question. Pak Ade sudah ada lagi. Pak Ade, you already in?
It's okay. You keep going.
Okay. I will
The
continue.
signal
Second
doesn't like me.
Maybe.
You keep going.
Second question from Professor Kang. Do you have any question? Easy question, Professor Kang. Not too hard. Not too.
Okay. Maybe easy and quick question. What is the name of the city that I presented in my presentation? What is the name of the organization is located?
Oke, apa nama kotanya yang tadi disampaikan dipresentasikan oleh Profesor Kang?
Nama organisasinya juga.
Izin jawab.
Ya, silakan.
Ya, silakan.
Boleh.
Boleh. Nama siapa?
Langsung sebutkan nama.
Nama saya Jini Mardiani dari Pendidikan Masyarakat UPI 2019.
Ini dihidupkan videonya.
Kenapa?
Ini dihidupkan videonya.
Oh,
oke, silakan Jini. Nama kota dan
lagi gangguan sinyal, Bu. Jadi nggak bisa on cam, maaf.
Oh, gangguan sinyal.
Sorry, she can on the video because the signal in her home is quite bad. Oh, okay, please, Jini.
Iya, namanya adalah Ansan Gamgol Residence Association.
Ansan.
Ansan.
Okay,
yeah.
Ansan, yes, correct.
Okay.
Wow, you get a door prize.
Thank you, Jini. You have one token, and
you get a door prize.
Okay, next.
Another door prize.
Do you have question? Easy question.
Quick and easy one.
So for me, what is OTOP? I think everyone will answer.
I want to answer that question.
Ibu boleh saya izin jawab?
Yes, please.
Ibu mau menjawab? My name is Febi from jurusan Pendidikan Masyarakat angkatan 2018. OTOP is one Tambon, one product.
Another prize, another bit of prize for you. Beautiful.
Okay. Thank you. There's 3 questions. It's already answered. Thank you all of the participants. I give it back to you.
Some more quiz, please. Yanti, some more quiz, please. For me. No, I'm kidding.
Pade, please. Time is yours.
Well, we have finished, I guess. I think I convey our great gratitude to all those 3 presenters. We thank you very much. Your presence here just makes our life easier. We forgot COVID-19 all of a sudden with your presence. So what a great consolation. We can just discuss things, some new things, arrive to our mind, and we have something to think and further proceed with the ideas behind your papers. So honestly, great thanks for everything that you just gave us, and we learned a lot today from 3 of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum,
everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kang. Thank you, Archanya. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
Yeah, bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ade, Miss Yanti, and also thanks and the highest appreciation for the great speakers in the panel session. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, now we have arrived at the moment we have waiting for the presentation session from our keynote speaker that will be delivered by Dr. Sandiaga Uno, B.B.A, M.B.A, founder of Rumah Siap Kerja. And accompanying him in this session was the Vice Rector for Education and Student Affairs, Professor Dr. Didi Sukyadi, M.A. Time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Ipah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
wabarakatuh.
Innalhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawala. Rabbi shrahli sadri wa yassirli amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Amma ba'du. Very good morning to all of you. I was asked by Ibu Ipa and the organizing committee and also by Pak Rektor to moderate the presentation of our beloved and our famous public figure, Bang Sandi. And my name is Didi Sukiyadi. I'm the Vice Rector for Student and Academic Affairs. Before coming to the presentation, I will read the brief profile of our keynote speech, Bapak Dr. Sandiaga Uno, M.B.A. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno was elected as Vice Governor of Jakarta 2017 until 2022 and served from October 2017 to August 2018. And he is also the founder of Rumah Siap Kerja. Sandiaga, we call it Bang Sandi, who is one of the Indonesia's most prominent young entrepreneurs and active in the Indonesian business communities. Bang Sandi is also the co-founder of PT Saratoga Investama Tbk, the first and biggest publicly listed active investment company in Indonesia, and served as the president director from 2004 until 2015. He has led the investment firm to have a solid track record of profitable investments across key sectors of the Indonesia economy. Since 2005, Bang Sandi has been actively contributes and serves as chairman in several well-known associations and a foundation in Indonesia. If I'm not mistaken, in HIPMI, Bang Sandi. In April 2015, he began a new journey to serve and support Indonesia's economic development. He led the development of the Greater Indonesia Movement Party, or Gerindra's economic platform for Indonesia, as a vice chair advisory board from 2015 until 2018. In October 2016, Bang Sandi received a title of Distinguished Research Professor in Residence from the George Washington University, and Bang Sandi is currently a Ph.D. candidate at Universitas Pelita Harapan Indonesia, focusing in strategic management. Sandi holds a Master of Business Administration degree from George Washington University and a Bachelor of Business Administration degree with the highest distinction of the Summa Cum Laude from Wichita State University, USA. Bang Sandi, warmest regard from Pak Rektor. We have a speech from our distinguished professor of UP who are facing their retirement. So Pak Rektor cannot personally be with us here at this time. And I'm myself personally very glad because I can see you at this time in this spiritual forum, because you have been around in my mind all over the years. And I know that Bang Sandi is the big family of UP because your mom is one of our distinguished alumni. Yeah. And Indra Uno came to UP several times to develop our student skill, especially through Merup Foundation and also in collaboration with USAID Japri. And the program has just finished a few months ago, and we have some colleagues who are responsible for teaching entrepreneurship subject and have been trained by Japri together with your foundation, Merup Foundation. So I myself know the development of the program, but now the USAID has stopped their funding, so we are continuing with our program. So at least in our faculty, every faculty has what we call entrepreneurship subject, and our students are encouraged to do what we call apprenticeship, especially in industries, in government institution, and in communities, maybe business communities. So your perspective, your suggestions will be very useful, not only for our students, but also for our faculty staff. So Bang Sandi, we have 30 minutes, and if we still have time, maybe there will be a question and answer, because I think everyone who is in this virtual forum is willing to get in touch with you, even virtually. So Bang Sandi, without further ado, time is yours. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for Waalaikumsalam for the very kind introductions, Pak Didi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'in ala umri dunya waddin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wa mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, amma ba'd. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the panel for inviting me for this very prestigious program led by TRACED University Pendidikan Indonesia. Also, I'd like to give a special mentions to Pak Rektor, Bapak Profesor Dr. M. Salahuddin, M.P.D. M.A., Bapak Wakil Rektor Bidang Pendidikan dan Kemahasiswaan, Profesor Dr. Didi Sukyadi, M.A. Thank you, Prof. Didi. The Dean of FIP, Dr. Agus Taufik, M.P.D., Chair of Department for Public Education, Dr. Asep Saipuddin, M.P.D., the Organizing Committee Chair of the event, Professor Aceh Suryadi, MSc, Ph.D., Ibu Riantini, Ibu Ifa, and many of our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, also our international participant coming from our friendly neighbors, as well as the students who are here today in special occasions. I'd like to thank all the speakers and the participants who have taken their precious times to participate. I would like to present my interventions very quickly, less than 15 minutes, so we have more than 20 minutes for question and answers. I'm not strange to our family. Is very familiar with UPI because my mom graduated from UPI many years ago, and we have been maintaining very good relationship and contact with UPI. So I'd like to give a presentations on what my sharing would be within the lifelong learning, which is playing a very important role in boosting successful business. I come from a family of teachers, of educators. I am the first in my generations who ended up becoming an entrepreneur, becoming a businessman. So I am grateful that my background has been shaped by educator, by family of teachers. My grandfather is a principal in a senior high school. I learned that the education's background really helped boosting the successful business when I started my business more than 20 years ago. The first slide will cover the topics. What is the lifelong learning? And the importance of lifelong learning in helping build a successful business, the benefit of lifelong learning for business, and basically explaining the concept of lifelong learning within the ecosystem of our micro, small, medium enterprises and the entire private sectors and all our business. So the first slide that I want to touch is what is a lifelong learning? Lifelong learning is different. Each and every nations would have their own local wisdom, but in general, the definitions is basically that learning as a continuous process through formal and informal sectors to apply the knowledge and also acquiring skills, new skills to improve the quality of life. And this is in accordance with the SDG, Sustainable Development Goal number 4 of quality educations, to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. If you look at the informal educations, where you acquire knowledge from your surrounding environment, from your friends, from your family, from your mentor, from courses that you take outside the formal settings, it's actually playing an equally significant and important role, also in addition to the formal educations. Schools and institutions of learning, including institutions of higher learning, can grant you certificates or diploma. But right after you get the certificate and diploma, you don't stop. You cannot stop. Basically, that actually the diploma and certificate only as part of your education program. Once you graduate, you continue to learn independently, wherever you are, whenever the time. It could be during the holiday, it could be in the middle of the night, or it could be really in the wee hours of the morning. Because you need to develop yourself, you need to broaden your perspective, and you need to make sure that you follow the dynamic of the ever-changing world. The only constant thing in this world is changes. So you need to adapt, and the way you adapt is by having this lifelong learning as part of your continuing education program. Next slide, I want to highlight how important that lifelong learning to assist you for a business, successful business development. First, it's not enough that you only provide work for other people and you basically acquire the talented and experience to start your business. And to have a sustainable business, it's also not enough to just focus on the current talent and the current knowledge, using the experience that you previously acquired. Because business needs a team who is willing, the team that is willing to continue to learn, to continue to apply the knowledge wherever they are at work, and it's how you could give positive impact. You could give meaningful impact to the company and its ecosystem. Your competitive advantage as a company, it's actually will be held by the ability of your stakeholders, in particular your employees, to interact with modern tools in terms of modern settings to do decision making that is very complex, but you could do it expediently. So that is pretty much how we could pick up this complex decision making by way of interactive with modern tools. I took this information from Harvard Business School professor and a Chan Zuckerberg Initiative Learning Engineers Open Letter. That actually, because of technology and digital, you need to continue to improve your competitive advantage and the ability to enable your employees to interact with the latest modern tool in order to make decisions on the complex settings. Next, the benefit of lifelong learning for business is very clear, that you would have a very, very competent team that would be able to execute and have the right skill sets. The skill sets that they have, the knowledge that they just acquired, will give flexibility for them to adapt and the stability in the business in the ever-changing world. So lifelong learning is actually a prerequisite of the necessity for you to have a team that is able to execute and also with the right skill set. Secondly, lifelong learning is very, very beneficial because business opportunities continue to be expanded. Every day you see problems around you, but behind every problem there is actually business opportunities. And because you have new knowledge that you just acquired in your learning, maybe in the informal settings, you could actually apply solutions and open up business opportunities for you to expand and also to excel in various sectors that will have a positive impact, such as marketing, distributions, be it goods or services, as well as other productions and other type of facets of your business process. Thirdly, the lifelong learning actually will enable to overcome the difficulties that you are facing, the challenges that you are facing. With continuing learning, you would be able to continue to expand your ability to improve the knowledge and to overcome and to fix the problems that you may have. I'd like to pause here for a while to ask some questions because we have 280 participants. Part of the Zoom, the beauty of the Zoom technology is you could actually go interactive. There is a chat function at the tab probably in the middle of your screen. Please use that chat. I want to ask 3 simple questions and please answer it. First of all, tell me where you are and how you are connected. For instance, I am actually, and make sure that you are addressing this to everyone. So I will type this. I'm in South Jakarta and I am connected through laptop. So let me have this information. Where you are, which cities or which Garut laptop, Lila Susanti, thank you very much. Ila Susanti for joining. Who else? Bandung with an iPad. Bandung, Tasikmalaya with a laptop. Is anybody coming from Sumatra, Bogor, Jakarta? Marian is from Jakarta with a laptop. Cianjur, Tangerang, Padang. Oh, we have first one from Sumatra, Tasha Apriani, Padang with laptop. Sumatra Barat, Lampung, Depok. Do we have anybody from Kalimantan? Pariaman, yes, we have people from West Sumatra. Bekasi, Bangka Belitung, beautiful Bangka Belitung. I'll be there a week after next, Bangka Belitung. Cimahi City, laptop. We don't have anybody from Kalimantan. Do we have anybody from Sulawesi? We don't have yet from Sulawesi. How about from eastern part of Indonesia? Bali, Nusa Tenggara, do we have people from Maluku? I think I have one from Pekanbaru Riau. Yuka, welcome to our sessions. Now, I just want to check from your side. Make sure that you are tuning in. The second question is, what is the definitions of the acronyms MOOC? MOOC. MOOC. What does it stand for? Bandung Font, Henny. Sumedang, Aib. Revian, Banten with phone. Wow, we have some millennials who have their world in their hands. Anybody knows what stands for MOOC?
Massive online, open
online course.
Please type in the chat because that's the rule. Yes, Afifa, massive online open course. That is basically the second question. And for this, I have some giveaways. Some giveaways, and the panitia will provide the giveaways. The first giveaway is the book called We Have the COVID-19 Virus, but I'd like to give the giveaway of the entrepreneur virus for people who are listening in and be able to answer the third and final question. There are a couple of giveaways. Another giveaway is another book called Sandiaga, Keep on Running, Yang Terus Berlari. And finally, there's a t-shirt of Kerja Empat As. Kerja keras, kerja cerdas, kerja tuntas, dan kerja ikhlas. All right, let me go to the next slide, but please be ready for the giveaway. And you answer with chat. Don't open your mic, including professors. Must answer through chat. So how do we apply this concept of lifelong learning in our business? First is soft skill training. A lot of people focus on hard skill, but actually soft skill is very, very in need, especially in the midst of pandemic. How do we develop our creative thinking, our critical thinking? How do we do problem solving? How do we manage time better, efficiently? How do we manage team? How we improve our leadership? How do we improve other skills that is so relevant and needed at this time? And that's actually how lifelong learning could be beneficial for our business if we apply it. Secondly is mentoring. A lot of people forget that during this difficult time, this Industrial Revolution 4.0, people are pretty much in need of help. A lot of assistance are needed because a lot of people are facing some challenges. A lot of businesses are facing some pitfalls. So this mentoring is to facilitate new employees, recently acquired talents, to be given training, to be given educations from their more senior member of the team at their workplace, and they could get a knowledge transfer, which is very, very beneficial. When I was starting my job before I became an entrepreneur, I had a mentor. His name is Dominador Gregorio Jr. Dominador Gregorio Jr. is a very good accountant from the Philippines. He taught me the work ethics. He said that every day, Sandy, write memo. He said in Filipino induced accent. You write memo. If you don't have anybody to write your memo, write memo to yourself. So I said, why do I have to write a memo to myself? But apparently, if you discipline to write every day like a journal, including a memo to yourself, you become a discipline. And this mentor, until now, I still hold in very high esteem because I acquired knowledge early on in my career. The third pillar on how do we apply the concept of lifelong learning in our business is through knowledge base. Knowledge base is how do we gather all the information, gather all the knowledge, put it together in one bucket, consolidate it, and make sure that it is accessible to all employees, to all stakeholders. They could access it, and actually they could learn through what we call a knowledge base or data bank. So we don't have to commit the same mistakes because there are references, there are case studies before. So this will be aggregated in a knowledge base, and it could be used as a pillar. So finally, I'd like to extend my appreciations to UPI to allow us to present how we could work together within the platform of better skills development for young people. At Rumah Siap Kerja, we will facilitate training, be it soft skill or hard skill, to actually assist the development of young Indonesians. Young generations of this beautiful country of Indonesia would need increased skills in order for them to be able to compete. But not only to compete, but to collaborate. So courses such as building a great teamwork, how do we improve our career and effectively communicate, how we develop business financial efficiencies, are the type of classes that we offer at Rumah Siap Kerja, and we would like to team up and cooperate and collaborate with UPI in order for us to better deliver this type of very good educational content to the young Indonesians. We could be contacted at www.rumahsiapkerja.com or just simply follow our Instagram at Rumah Siap Kerja. We have about 220,000 plus followers. So join our ecosystems, and hopefully we could benefit from each other. Okay, now I'm going to make sure that these 3 giveaways will be able to be given by the all the participants. So I will ask you the first question. Are you ready? Please Please. Yes, Safira, are you ready? Ready for the first giveaway, the entrepreneur virus? Okay. Please let me know the answer of the very first question. The very first question is very easy. What is the growth number of the Indonesian economy in the second quarter of this year? What is the growth number of the Indonesian economy on the second quarter of 2020? Let me know. Please type. You can Google if you like to Google. The answer, the right answer were -4, wrong. -5.34, very close but wrong. -5, wrong. You need to have the right number. 4.21, wrong. Okay, I'm gonna give it to you. The book, if you answer correctly, it has to have either a plus or a minus sign in front to show that it is positively or negatively growing, and it has to have the last 2 digits. Okay, 4.61 wrong, 80 wrong, 2.97 wrong, that's the first quarter. 5.32% wrong, you need to have the right signal in front of the number. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I close this session. The answer is -5.32%. -5.32. Adila Yulian Dawati answered it correct, but I don't know whether it is the first answer or not. I will give this book to the panitia to select the winner. Now the second question for the giveaway. You will get the shirt of Kerja 4As. Kerja keras, kerja cerdas, kerja tuntas, and kerja ikhlas. Mau naik kelas, harus kerja 4As by Sandi Uno. Are you ready?
Ready.
Ready? Ready, ready, ready? Okay. Ready, gas. Okay. My second question is, who is the candidate of Vice President from the Democratic Party in the United States elections of 2020? What is the name? John Biden is wrong. Biden is wrong. Joe, wrong. Biden, John, wrong. I think that is one is right. Maybe there's one right. There is one right. Let me check. Yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2. Tom's tired. 1 and finish. The answer is Kamala Harris. Yay! I don't know who answered first, but several people have answered correctly. So please, panitia, you could have this Kerja 4As shirt. And finally, the book Sandiaga Yang Terus Berlari. This is so easy, and Professor can answer this. Tell me the year that my mother graduated from UP. What year did she graduate?
Difficult question.
Very easy for Professor.
Prof. Aceh, you must know that.
I don't know.
Many years ago. No, not 1980. No, no, no.
Prof Didi.
Prof Didi.
You must know that because you have the document.
Prof Didi, you are the vice rector. 1960 is close. 1960 is close. 5, 4. Yeah, that one. 3, 2, 1. Yes, 1966.
66. Oh, graduated.
Oke, Sandiaga yang terus berlari. My mom finished the school in 1965 and I think she graduated in 1966. Thank you so much, guys. You are the best. Thank you, and I'll return back to Professor Didi Sukyadi. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Give a very big hand for Bang Sandi. Bang Sandi, do you still have time if we ask for 1 or 2 questions from the audience? Because
of course, for you, Prof. Didi, I will do whatever you ask me. You're my boss.
Okay, thank you. So please, anyone who is willing to ask any question to Bang Sandi, because we know that it is very difficult to have his time with us. So please, you can raise your question by using the mode raise hand, or just ask through your mic. Anyone?
Yeah. Let me.
Prof. Aceh, please, Prof. Aceh.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Didi. Bang Sandi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam, Prof. Aceh. Kumaha juragan daramang.
Kumaha damang. Abdi sareng suka kerjasama sareng Prof. Arif Rahman.
Oh, itu paman saya.
Oh, iya betul.
Mohon.
Abdi kan stafnya beliau.
Oh, siap.
Jadi begini, akhirnya rumah siap kerja itu kalau menurut saya bukan main itu. Itu suatu building block yang cocok untuk pendidikan masyarakat. Bisa nggak kita kerjasama dalam risetnya gitu? Terima kasih, Bang Sandi.
Prof. Aceh.
Oke, mangga.
The reasons I am so honored to be present today, precisely because I would like to ask the potential cooperation with Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, because it is very, very crucial for us to equip our young generations with the right skill sets. UPI can focus on the formal side, and then we will complement to provide the informal knowledge in terms of how we could build soft skills for the young generation.
Thank you.
Kita siap untuk kerjasama, Pak. Mangga, sangat-sangat kami termotivasi, Pak. Mudah-mudahan bisa segera tereksekusi. Saya akan minta nanti Agri Ramadan dengan callsign @callmeagri untuk dengan tim dari UPI. Atur nuhun pisan, Pak.
Atur nuhun, Bang Sandi, atur nuhun.
Thank you, Bang Sandi. Thank you, Pak Aceh. One more question.
Please, anak-anak mahasiswa silakan.
Anak-anak mahasiswa silakan. Oh, Hapsoh Hopipah.
Yeah.
Hapsoh Hopipah, please.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
First of all, I want to say thank you so much to you, Mr. Sandiaga Uno, for having this seminar. It actually is such an honor. So I wanted to ask something. So I've always wanted to be a social enterprise. And so I've started this whole plan to make a business which can be beneficial for my surrounding at home since probably like a year ago. But then this pandemic come and just, this pandemic is sort of burdening a lot of things in the business field. And so I would like to know what would be your suggestion or like your advice to people who's just starting their business in the middle of the pandemic.
Well, thank you. This is a very good questions. And thank you, Mbak Hafsah Kofifa, for asking. I've been asked similar questions by recently business that just started, be it in the social settings or for-profit business, and they are suffering because of this pandemic, have first hit the micro, small, medium enterprises first. Unlike the previous crisis, this COVID-19 have social restrictions, and through the social restrictions, all this micro, small, medium enterprises or UMKM or startup, or maybe basically this social enterprise is, they are all suffering. So my advice to all the businesses that just started are three things. First is you need to adapt with not only with health protocol, COVID-19 that is strict and disciplined, but also adapting to how business is now transforming during pandemic. For instance, every one of us are focused on health now. So you need to ensure that your business also focus on health and the basic necessities of the people, like food, maybe technology, digital, telecommunications. I mentioned about massive online open course. But first is you need to adapt. Secondly is you need to give solutions by way of surviving through ecosystems. So I always tell these entrepreneurs, always extend silaturahim, because every silaturahim or every networking is basically the concept of silaturahim. If you have a commitment to work hard to expand and to extend your network, to improve your silaturahim, you will be able to survive. And finally, not only that you need to comply to a strict COVID-19 and health protocol, you also need to have a meaningful positive impact. So if you provide solutions, you need to ensure that you are able to withstand pressure from this pandemic. I always tell people who are now just starting their business is cash is king. What is cash is king? Basically, right now in the middle of pandemic, you ensure that you prioritize your cash flow. Make sure that your business doesn't fall because you are not getting the right or enough cash flow for your business. So with that, I hope Hafsah can survive the business during this difficult time. But I'd like to share that I started my business in 1997 during the financial crisis. And normally, if you could overcome a crisis, the higher the obstacles, the bigger the success. So if you could survive the first year of this pandemic, I think your business will thrive and become very successful. So good luck and may God bless you.
Okay, thank you, Bang Sandi. We plan the speech about 30 minutes, but now it's already 55 minutes. So we are very honored to have you here with us. In our university, we have Bang Sandi, what we call Center for Career Development or Career Development Center. One of the responsibility of this center is to provide the students for their future career. For example, by organizing job fair, upgrading, soft skill training, and so on. And through the program of Merdeka Belajar and Kampus Merdeka, our students should spend 20 credits or 20 SKS outside the campus. It can be done by apprenticeship. It can be done by what we call field work, research, project, humanitarian project, independent project, and so on. And also through student exchange, whether with our universities in our country or with overseas universities. And I'm interested in involving my students to have what we call magang in your Rumah Siap Kerja. Yeah, Rumah Siap Kerja. Maybe they could stay there knowing what you are doing, the objective of your organization, and helping to operate daily activities, whether for 3 months or for 6 months, and then they will be given credits for the university, whether 6 credit or 12 credits. So, but I don't know how to start this collaboration, Bang Sandi.
Don't worry, Professor Didi.
Yeah.
I will start this for you. I will, right after this webinar, we will set up a small team to ensure that we embark on this co-op idea, whereby students can spend either a semester and obtain credit from the university, but they would spend resources as intern and learning by on-the-job training right away in Rumah Siap Kerja. We are actually finalizing our program to support the program Prakerja. That's together with the coordinating minister for economy and also with the Lumbung Pangan, the Badan Cadangan Logistik Strategis that is in conjunction with Agrinas. So yes, they will be able to learn about basic and intermediate as well as advanced knowledge on how business are transforming during this pandemic. So yes, please stay tuned and hopefully we could start executing it as soon as possible. Thank you, Professor Didi.
Okay, thank you, Bang Sandi. And I think the time is up. So I thank you very much, Bang Sandi, for your generous sharing with us.
Thank you, Pak Ishak.
Yeah. Hopefully you become our future leaders. Our future leader. Yeah.
Atur nuhun, atur nuhun.
Atur nuhun, atur nuhun.
Okay. Upami aya kakirang nyuhunkeun di hapunten.
Hatur nuhun Bang Sandi.
Iya.
Langkungna.
Oke.
Kalau Inggris mah susah, tapi kalau Sunda mah mangga wae.
Oke, Bu Santi, saya kembalikan ke Bu Santi ya. Bang Sandi, hatur nuhun. Wilujeng salam bakos ka keluargi di Jakarta. Mugia sehat, salamina. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, as our deepest gratitude and also appreciation, the committee proudly submitted an electronic certificate to Bang Sandi as shown in the following screen.
Bu Ipa mohon dipoto dulu ya nanti dengan Bang Sandi ya.
Ya.
Soalnya penggemarnya ini di sini.
Thank you, Prof.
This is a certificate for you, Bang Sandi. And once again, thank you very much for very enlightening explanation, as well as thanks to Prof. Didi, who was pleased to take time to accompany Bang Sandi in this session. And we kindly invite Bang Sandi and also Prof. Didi to take a picture with all participants here. So please, all participants to open your camera. We will take a picture with Bang Sandi.
Aduh, mirip saya.
Terus sih gitunya jelema ya Allah.
Jelema.
Sagu gaya Pak Ade.
Abu Sofa, terima kasih atur nuhun Pak Mustafa.
Thank you very much Bang Sandi, terima kasih banyak.
Saya pamit dulu, mangga.
Terima kasih Pak. Terima kasih Bang. Yo.
Salam. Hatur nuhun Bang Sandi, hatur nuhun.
Salam sama Ibu.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have participated in a whole series of webinars, and now we've come to the end of the event. Therefore, we now kindly invite Vice Dean for Academic Affairs on behalf of Dean of the Faculty of Education to deliver the closing remarks and officially close the webinar. Dr. Rudy Susilana MSI, time is yours.
Terima kasih Bu Ipa. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. His Excellency the Keynote Speaker, Dr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, M.B.A, as the founder of Rumah Siap Kerja, the House of Ready to Indonesia. Hatur nuhun Kang Sandi. The Honorable Professor Diti Sukyadi, M.A, the Vice Rector of Academic Affairs of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, the Honorable Professor Archanya Ratana Ubol, Ph.D, as the invited speaker of the Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, the Honorable Professor Kang Joong, Ph.D, as the invited speaker of Seoul National University, South Korea, the Honorable Professor Dr. Jon Mason, as the invited speaker of Charles of the Darwin University, Australia, and all of the distinguished participants from Indonesia and all over the world. I expect everyone would always be healthy and protected from the global pandemic crisis. As the Dean of the Faculty of Education of the Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, let me first express my gratitude and appreciation to each and every one of you present in the First Transnational Webinar on Adult and Continuing Education, TRACED, broadcasted from the Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, the city of Bandung, Indonesia, on the 19th October 2020. Firstly, to all distinguished participants for being able to present in this wonderful webinar, to be able to enjoy and gain some more insight to the concept of lifelong learning and the policy as well as at its implementation level in each of our concerned educational institutions. Secondly, I really am proud of being able to express my gratitude to our keynote speaker, Dr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, M.B.A, the founder of Rumah Siap Kerja, one of the innovation that would repressing the richness of education beyond the school system. This is a building block of adult and continuing education that would encourage to the UP researchers to do the importation to this kind in the future. Thirdly, I also express gratefulness to all our eminent invited speaker, Professor Archanya Ubol of Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, Professor Joong Kang of the Seoul University, Republic of Korea, and Dr. Jon Mason of the Charles Darwin University, Australia. Each of your invaluable contribution would very much appreciated. I have an expectation to build more productive inter-university cooperation on academic LSS right activity in the future. Finally, I also express to thank you the Department of Community Education, Faculties of Education of UP, the Chairman, Professor Aceh Suryadi, Ph.D., Dr. Asep Saifuddin, and his team members for being able to successfully organize the First Transnational as expected. It is of my great belief that the First Transnational will enable to come up with some new, innovative, and productive idea beneficial to promote lifelong learning for the dream sustainable quality improvement to draft. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Rudy. And ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at the end of the event. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and please apologize if there are any shortcomings. See you in the upcoming TRACED webinar. Good afternoon, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Oh.